Series comes to Latin America, setting its stage in the heart of Mexico, where leaders from Korea and Latin America and the Caribbean gather to strengthen cooperation between our nations and tackle the major challenges we share in common. Setting an agenda is crucial. Strengthening collaboration, forging strategic visions, and establishing clear objectives are essential to drive investments for the advancement of our nations. Based on the three principles of cooperation: inclusiveness, trust, mutual benefit. It's time to tighten bonds, explore new financing avenues, share knowledge and tools, and address strategies to bolster public finances sustainably. It's time to act. Let's participate in multilateral networks and integrate, for this will strengthen us in the pursuit of enhancing the development of our people, guiding us towards sustainable strategies for a brighter tomorrow. Let's unlock doors and pave ways to prosperity. Let's open the door to the future together. Welcome to the Korea-LAC Innovation and Trade Forum 2023, where great ideas create new opportunities.
Good morning, everybody. It's truly a pleasure to greet you again as we embark on the second day of our forum with a promising program aimed at exploring deeper into the cross-border opportunities, innovation, and strategies that can catalyze our shared vision for a great future. Let me just make a few notes before we start. Number one, remember that we do have simultaneous interpretation in Korean, English, and Spanish. It is very important. I honestly recommend you grab one of those devices because eventually some of our panelists do switch from one language to the other, and some of us missed part of the program yesterday because we didn't have those devices. They're just at the back of this salon. Son muy sencillos de utilizar y realmente les recomiendo muchísimo que tomen uno. Next time I will have it in Korean too, I promise. For now, only English and Spanish for me. But well, we do have those devices available for you guys. And another thing, we invite you to share your insights and key takeaways on social media using our official hashtag, Korea-LAC. Let's come together to amplify our collective insights. Remember, we are live streaming. Hundreds of people joined yesterday and hopefully today again. I'm sure we're going to have a very interesting session. And to start, in this digital age, the challenges of cybersecurity are ever increasing. To shed light on this pressing topic, let's warmly welcome our moderator, Mr. Yu Ye-won, President and Professor of Korea Institute of Information Security and Cryptology from Chung-Nam National University. And let's give a big round of applause to our esteemed panelists. Mrs. Caterina Canales, co-founder and CEO at Nivel 4 Cybersecurity. Mrs. Esther Riverol, founder and CEO at Aldatum Business. Mrs. Yoon-Soo Ai, Chief Operating Officer and EVP at Seculator. Mr. Jie Leon Kim, Vice President at Genians. Welcome, everybody.
네, 안녕하십니까? 이번 세션의 진행을 맡은 원유재 교수입니다.
Good morning. I am Won-Yu Jane. I am the moderator of this panel. I would like to thank you for inviting me to this event. It is a great honor to be able to share this space with such special panel members. Outstanding speakers. We will be dealing at this session with the topic of security in the digital world. We will be sharing experiences and best practices aimed at creating new opportunities of collaboration between Korea, Latin America, and the Caribbean region. The importance of digital technology and the digital world is increasing day by day. And in the same way, cyber threats and cyber attacks also increase. Therefore, collaboration between nations becomes increasingly relevant. In this panel, we will be sharing opinions about the topic of cybersecurity and also to seek collaboration between both parties. The panel members participating in this session are people with great experience and insight in this field. Therefore, the protection of digital systems, the mitigation of risk and responding to attacks, how to apply best practices will be of importance. We will not only talk and work with the topic of eliminating cyber security issues. We will also address the topic of collaboration, initiatives, and policies required. Before starting our discussion, our dialogue, let me explain to you about the threat trends in Korea. In 2022, for instance, when compared to 2021, the number of attacks in the field of cybersecurity has doubled, and in the first half of 2023, it increased by more than 40% when compared to the first half of 2022. This trend of cyber attacks is increasing, and there have been source code leakage from cell phone manufacturers, for instance, and also information leakage or denial of service attacks at other companies. Just like in Korea, it has happened in Japan. The system's called Lockbit. This ransomware, for instance, affected the Nagoya port in Japan, that had to suspend their services operations for 2 days. And also TSMC, a semiconductor manufacturing company from Taiwan, was also exposed to this risk. And Kidback's technology has had to pay ransomware due to a cyber attack. And in the US happens the same thing. Colonial in 2021, Colonial Pipeline was attacked by a ransomware attack, having to suspend the supply of natural gas, declaring emergency in the country. These cases are not the only ones. They are just examples of large cyber attacks that exist today and the hazard they represent, especially because of the destruction of information systems caused by these attacks in order to steal information and data, which are very important assets for the companies. And this is how we see an increase in the number of cyber attacks. But it would seem that in Latin America and in the Caribbean region, we don't know so much about cyber attacks. So I would like to ask Mrs. Catarina Canales about the issues that you see in this region specifically and how you are solving this problem. First of all, talk about cybersecurity is a cross-cutting topic affecting all of us, and having this space where we are different industries present, this is encouraging. When we see Latin America, we need to recognize that we are coming 10 years later to this debate. There is a great potential for us to see how other powers were dealing with cybersecurity. We didn't have to invent the black thread over and over again, and therefore we've become more successful by not having to work with trial and error. When we see Latin America is a target, whether we want it or not, affected by the hackers, and we haven't seen that before, not in the last years. It seems that this phenomenon is not only ransomware, like the main concern, the fitting, like the a vector, our principal vector. But we are talking about credit institutions, governments, states affected by these hacker activities, and our cybersecurity models are not as mature as we thought. In Latin America, when we started to try to regulate cybersecurity, we started off from the same thing by establishing a national policy, creating a roadmap with a series of activities, different measures involved, and we had to satisfy these cybersecurity measures. And the best one of all, I believe, was within the infrastructure pillar, the setting up of response teams. If we have an infrastructure that is sort of resilient, and I have a team that operates 24/7, and we'll have this role of liaison as well, because if there is a cyber attack, it is also about being able to share information and experience. In Latin America, we have been working on sharing commitment indices, but this does not stop, this does not deter the activity of a cyber hacker. We need to know their tactics, procedures. If we don't know that, we will not be able to dismantle these networks, and it will make my work harder. So after that, I believe what is important is that many countries follow the Budapest Covenant. This is the first treaty on cyber attacks, and it allows us to pursue IT crimes, and then other measures that are encouraging, like personal data protection, the protection of critical infrastructure, critical services through framework laws, creating a structure. There are countries that are already working on their framework law, such as Colombia. Even it was rejected in the first instance by the Congress. They are insisting on it still. In Mexico, we have an open mind towards this topic as well. In Chile, we are about to launch our cybersecurity law from now until the end of the year. This is positive progress. We are lacking resources, many other things. That's the main concern. I believe IBD and has been trying to contribute with resources, with talent, with personnel, which are required and critical. As you have mentioned several important points, let's go into more detail about the experiences. I am asking now Mrs. Esther Rivero about the details, for instance, to efficiently protect digital systems and relevant data. What are the priorities? How to prioritize this within the organizations?
First of all, I think that today cybersecurity is more important because the use of internet and after the pandemic, everybody now is using internet. So the people now it's more near this digital era where everything is going, your data is going there. When you sell something through your e-commerce, then you get the data from the customer. They have the data from for your products, everything. So the important thing is that you understand which is that sensitive data in order to protect it, because sometimes you don't know which are those regulations, politics, or what you have to do. Each country has their own regulations, and you have to work with your legal department in order to understand what you have to do to protect that information. There is a study of MasterCard who says that 7 from 10 people had been threatened by something, cyber security attack, maybe also in their personal procurement purchase, but also in their identity and other ways when they are buying, for example. All the cyber attacks now are more digital also, and they are prepared to do things that in the past they were not really doing that. So we have now those deep fake news and those false videos, and the reputation of your company can be also in the middle of something like that if you don't have a right strategy of the use of the information, the social network, all the posts that your employees. And certainly, something very important is people should know and always be prepared for the future, because everything is changing day by day. This is nothing that it is like in the past. Everything is changing. You use in your home also the IoT things. So if you don't tell the people that if they don't protect the internet from your home or the things, you might be in a certain way a person that might have an attack, for example. So first of all, I think all the companies, all the persons should know which is the sensitive information, to train themselves a lot and understand better what they have to do or not to protect their identity, and also to understand which is that sensitive data, because working for data, many times you don't know where is your sensitive data. And today, many of that data is on the telephones of the people because they don't go to the office. Now they are working around, so many of the data also, it's around in their mobile devices. So you have to use technology to protect, but also very important, you have to understand what you have to do or not do in order to be protected when you are accessing any digital device or going through any digital contact and touch.
네, 감사합니다. 사이버 보안 수준을 높이기 위한 방법은
Yes, thank you very much. There are so many ways to increase the level of cybersecurity. We can have a cultural focus even. Therefore, I would like to ask Guillaume about this question, about the perspective, the internal perception of companies about cybersecurity, how to address education and raise awareness about this topic.
I believe cybersecurity awareness is one of the most important topics right now. So in recent security attack, human risk becomes the main cause of the incident. For example, the MGM casino hack that occurred in Las Vegas last month, that started with the human error through the voice phishing. According to some report, the 74% of the security incidents are caused by human error or human behavior. So there are many great ways to improve cybersecurity awareness in your organization. But I'd like to talk about the two most common methods used in South Korea. The first one is a public program called My PC Inspector. Through the government published National Information Security Framework in South Korea, has a designated to the third Wednesday of every month as a cybersecurity assessment day. Which day is to conduct 16 types of security assessment and collect the result. So the program aims to remind the user about the cybersecurity awareness by asking them to check the security status of their operating system once a month, such as OS patch is up to date or screen lock is enabled, kind of a simple questions. The second one is to build a system that allow users to self-service the IT and network onboarding system. So many IT admin, they are trying to automate, bring the user's PC and IT device on the network. However, this leads users believe the cybersecurity is the job of the IT administrator. So rather than something they need to be themselves. In South Korea, 100% public sector organization use My PC Inspector, and more than 8,000 organizations currently using the NAC system, which is a network access control, as a self-onboarding system to help users self-assessment and remediation of the security compliance. So in my opinion, those two practices are very worthy to consideration in LAC countries. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 일반적으로 보안 투자를 하는 이유는
Thank you so much. Usually we invest in security because we want to protect the sovereignty of information, to have the protection in this digital economy, in age of digital economy, and also to have the trust and the security in an anonymous cyber world. And beyond that, it is also related to cybersecurity and also national security. So sometimes we think that it is limited to cyber aspects and there is low investment in this topic. So I would like to ask Mr. Yoon Soo Lee, how important is it for organization to invest proactively in cybersecurity measures? And also, what are the incidents we need to consider for response planning?
Valuable session. Investing in proactive cybersecurity measures is very important in today's digital landscape. These measures not only enhance organizations' ability to defend against cybersecurity attacks, but also contribute significantly to overall cybersecurity resilience in the organization. We are not able to detect and defend against every attacks. That's why the organization's cybersecurity resilience is more effective than any other else from now. Based on my field experience and the South Korean government policy and security guidelines and some IT regulations, I could prioritize several important proactive security measures that can make a significant contribution to resilience. Let me cover both technical and administrative controls. I think the number one security measure is regular vulnerability assessment in the organization, like what Kewan said. Organizations should regularly assess the vulnerabilities of their systems and networks. This helps identify weak points and apply their security patches to reduce the likelihood of the future attacks in their organization. Another one is the data backup. As mentioned earlier about the ransomware attack, their backup strategy and recovery strategy is another critical security measure when protecting against devastating ransomware attacks in recent times. Additionally, I can choose anti-malware solution in the right place to detect and block malware in advance. Regarding the recent movement at the Zero Trust security model, the multi-factor authentication and the strict access control in all digital steps are preferred. And the other point of view as an administrative security measures, firstly, threat intelligence measure, it provides a proactive understanding of potential cyber threats and vulnerabilities. By staying ahead of emerging threats, organizations can fortify their defenses and implement timely countermeasures into their organizations. This not only minimizes the risk of successful cyber attacks, but also allows for strategic planning to address evolving threats in the near future. On the other hand, incident response planning is a backbone of effective cybersecurity resilience. It ensures that every organization have a well-defined structure and procedures to detect, respond, and recover from security incidents. That's most important security measures, I think. Last but certainly not the least, as Katarina mentioned earlier, cybersecurity awareness training is a critical measure. That's the most important thing, I think. We need to focus on human itself, educate all employees on cybersecurity, and raise awareness of the human element, especially social engineering techniques via email. According to the US reports, over 91% of cyber attacks starts from attackers sending emails. So email security solution can be a critical method to defend attacks. The special reason I regard email security solution as a critical measure is because Attackers attach weaponized document files, such as malicious Microsoft Office files and PDF files, something like picture files embedded with malware inside to emails by exploiting vulnerabilities in the documents of software applications. As I mentioned, I believe these proactive security measures play a great role in helping organizations to stay in resilience system. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 여러분들이 들으신 것처럼 여기 나오신 분들이 대단한 전문가들이시기 때문에 하고 싶은 말들이 많으신 것 같아요. 저희 이제 3분의 1밖에 안 지났는데 시간은 반 이상이 지났거든요. 저희도 좀 속도를 낼 테지만 조금 지연될 수 있다라는 것을 좀 준비해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 다음에는 우리 그 사이버 보안 투자가 절실하게 필요한 부분은 어디일까라는 관점으로 좀 알아보겠습니다. 디지털 환경이 확산되고 또 최근에는 CPS, 사이버 물리 시스템 보안도 고려를 해야 합니다. 보안 투자가 당연히 많이 필요하겠죠. 사이버 위협에 특히 취약하다고 생각하는 특정 산업이나 어떤 부문이 있을 것 같습니다. 이러한 산업이 사이버 보안을 강화하기
It is
위해서
therefore important to
어떤 그
consider
맞춤형
these,
접근법
and the industry of cybersecurity is essential in terms of the way to approach the measures to develop. Esther, could you please give us some idea on this regard?
We are evolving a lot on this theme of cybersecurity. Sorry, it's translating and my brain is going crazy. And the best practices that we should have when we are focusing on cybersecurity comes to add several things to our digital process. For example, today there are a lot of solutions like biometrics. So you can protect with biometrics the identity of the person who is accessing. Also, you can use the multi-factor access, for example, to protect. I have an anecdote where I was very distracted, and what you were telling about the persons, I was distracted, and I received a lot of phishing about some guy telling me they know that I have my company, so they send me contracts or invoices or something that I might open. And I was so distracted in the airport that I pushed it, and then I found out that it was a phishing because I hadn't a contract to sign or something. And I realized that in a second because I looked to the domain and it was not the domain of the company. It was very similar. And then I was very worried, but as I had my antivirus and everything, I knew that I had it was a Trojan virus that my antivirus get it, and I was safe because I have all my computers, and also because I have this multi-factor access. In the near future, I began to receive a lot of that someone was trying to go into my email account for that. So I knew that I did something wrong, but I was protected because I have that multi-factor and that, you know. In like 2 to 3 weeks later, I received an email from a guy that I needed to pay via Bitcoin, because if not, all my information was going to be on the social networks. And I was laughing because my email had only my Amazon and Mercado Libre purchase, so everybody will know that I'm a purchase person all the time. But it was for me like everybody is in that, even because you are distracted and you can do it, but you can protect yourself with a lot of things around with technology, biometrics, this multi-factor access, and to understand and train the people that you are always in this because you use internet and you are in the digital era. And the other thing important is in Latin America, Mexico had been very good on the use of this, adopting these technologies. Colombia also. Brazil, the República Dominicana and Argentina are not using it at all, but there's a trend to continue using these kind of solutions that are not and the companies should promote that in order to protect all the assets and the people in the cybersecurity.
네, 감사합니다. 락 지역도 한국의 상황하고 크게 다르지 않은 것 같습니다.
So
다음에는 우리
Latin
카타리나
America and the
선생님께
Caribbean are very similar to Korea. So I would like to ask
후아
Catalina with respect to the sensitivity of information in order to strengthen security, which are the collaborative measures you could talk about? Well, the main one is information sharing. But information sharing means that there is a trust model, or at least that we are working in it. Now, to report an incident is not always easy, and those of us in the industry know that an incident has a number of facets. One has to do with mitigation or contention, that would be called one, vis-a-vis an informatic or computer-related incident, but also communication. Sometimes communication to users is very important because cybersecurity protects the rights of people in the cyberspace. So we have a lot to do in terms of communication and also the legal framework, because these type of behaviors are crimes in many cases. So when we have a well-coordinated response, and those of us who are working in this arena, we know that the thing is not to call someone and share what is going on with to us, but if we embed this into a protocol where we can truly have good communication, then we are contributing and aiding our neighbors or people in other industries, or perhaps in the same industry, that might be affected. And in order to do this, build trust is very, very important, and have trusted relations is very important in order also to preserve information with LPs. And not only that, but I also believe that the information that I deliver is in both directions. That is, that I'm not only a channel sending information, but I'm also receiving information and, of course, the intel from other states. One of the examples was the one that we saw in Colombia when there was an effect there, and also in Chile. They shared information and hypotheses in terms of what could have been the affecting course of the ransomware. Therefore, response in this regard can be more unified. And there is also in Latin America a network called CECIR America, and CECIR America is like a mix of information sharing index of compromise, and not only that, but also includes threat intelligence. That is something that countries need, because when you don't have enough budgets, like happens across Latin America, and when the authority wants to protect the machine, that is to have antivirus or perhaps not even double on authentication, because that's pretty seldomly seen in Latin America. I think that when you see across nations and countries with more budget, integration and information sharing on threats, I think that they are making doing a great favor to Latin America, because on the one hand, these countries are trying to have public policies that will not be effective if we don't have implementation programs, resources, and also awareness raised across people. And in Latin America, it is also important to consider that strategies should be state, not government, because we have new administrations every 4 or 6 years and we go back to zero. So if this were a state policy, then it would truly work. If I were to ask how many authorities have we had? In Chile, we've had a number, because we are never able to implement measures. But the more this is state rather than government related, I think that we will be able to work in the maturity of Latin America.
자연스럽게 이제 이 포럼의 가장 큰 목적인 국가 간의 협력 문제를 말씀해 주셨습니다.
I believe that we have not talked about much in terms of cooperation, because cybersecurity has advantages, but at the same time, it calls for other challenges. I don't know if you can share your information, Mr. Lee.
International cooperation is the key point is information sharing. The cybersecurity incidents do not occur with just one country, right? So it connects many countries without a close information sharing system. So it becomes very difficult to investigate incident. In particular, South Korea has been subject to countless cyber attacks from North Korea. And North Korea has launched a cyber attack against numerous countries, right? So thankfully, we have so many experience with information. So it is very important to create the various information sharing channel between countries and build human, which is a human intelligence. So I think it is necessary to develop various programs by government, agency, and the private sector to activate the information exchanging channel between countries. So one good idea is create a space for academia and the private sector to meet the share and information between Korea and LAC countries. So as your industry expert, I'm very excited to looking forward to this kind of opportunity, especially the Professor Won. He is the president of the Korea Institution of the Information Security and Cryptography, so he can help arrange this opportunity, right? So another possibility collaboration would be provide educational material and pre-license to college students who are interested in cybersecurity to practice real cybersecurity products. We have, in South Korea, we have a very good cybersecurity product, and especially the Genius. My company is currently running the educational program with the Mass Bay Community College in Massachusetts, United States. This program is funded by National Science Foundation. So we provide the educational material, and we communicate with the student, and we make some human relationship with that program. So I hope this collaboration with more and more educational institutions. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 시간 관계상 더 많은 얘기를 할 수가 없는데요. 한국에서는 사실은 이런 민간, 그다음에 공공, 그다음에 학계 간의 협력이 활발하게 진행되고 있습니다. 조금 더 구체적으로 우리 카테리나 사장님한테 좀 여쭤보고 싶은 것이 사이버 범죄 퇴치를 위해서 국가 간 협력 내용을 좀 구체적으로 말씀해 주신다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
And what activities would have to do with
Hoy día los delitos
states?
informáticos son
Well,
absolutamente
I think
transfronterizos
that
y si no
cyber
nos
crimes
hacemos
are
cargo de una
trans-border,
respuesta
and if
común,
we
no
don't
se encuentra
give
una
a
respuesta
shared response, it will be gaining momentum. We had an affectation in Chile not long ago, and the statement was that there was not going to be filing a report from the judiciary because they were not sure that this would be prosecuted and that cyber crimes would be caught. So if our government believes that, what is there left for the rest? So to have a protocol is very important because we know that the essence of these to be transborder also calls for a reply from states in order to have necessary focus to prosecute. So if we have laws that allow us to understand that cyber crimes, including fraud, for instance, or attacks to computer systems or access to personal information are penal crimes that could be prosecuted, then we will have a better coordinated response. But we still believe, I think, that in LATAM, that when you file a report on these type of crimes, there is never a network of prosecution. We see in the US or maybe in Korea that prosecution and the specialization of the police forces that is so relevant is present. However, we are not talking about forensic analysis that is so badly necessary for cybercrime. In LATAM, we don't have specialists and experts. So if we cannot respond in a coordinated way, then we can very hardly respond. Cybercrimes are profitable, are anonymous, and give rise to a sense of uncertainty where we are being affected because due to the rising of awareness, we don't truly believe yet that we are cyber citizens. We are connected day in, day out, and we are not aware of this. So if we don't file these type of reports and allow the system to work, there will never be a well-coordinated response.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. I believe you mentioned something very important. And for this reason, we should find measures against cyber attacks. I think there is a larger margin of cooperation between experts, and in this process, cooperation between countries is important. Sharing information is critical. And in addition to this, if you have any other opinion, Dr. Lee, could you please share it with us?
Discussing international cooperation in cybersecurity, it's important to understand the nature of cyber security threats. As you know, the cyber threats are a global phenomenon with the negative impacts that transcend national borders. With the advancement of the digital technology, cyber attacks can pose a threat to countries, businesses, and individuals alike. There are many different types of attacks, including information leaks, encryption breaks, and the denial of services, and so on. So many various attacks still happen. Cyber warfare and the cyber espionage between countries are also on the rise very rapidly. Cybersecurity is seen as a big issue that requires a global cooperation. So from that point, I'd like to propose two top priority alternatives for international cooperation approaches for the both multi and bilateral approach between Korea and the LAC region. Number one is a threat intelligence sharing platform. Number two is cross-border cybersecurity drills and exercise for the capacity building. We can establish a dedicated security platforms that enabling real-time sharing of the threat intelligence between South Korea and LAC region. The platform should facilitate the exchange of selected information on the emerging cyber threats, attack techniques, and vulnerabilities, and so on. Nevertheless, as mentioned earlier in terms of the privacy, I recommend adhering to the globally accepted data privacy standards and other legal compliances when building this kind of sharing systems. With such an intelligence sharing platform, we will be able to deploy actionable threat intelligence more rapidly in their organizations. In result, we can improve situational awareness across the regions to create a collective defenses against evolving threats and attacks. Secondly, based on that platform, we can encourage cross-border cybersecurity training and exercise based on the public-private partnerships agreed upon between countries. All these multilateral and bilateral cooperation cannot be achieved without the exchange of cybersecurity experts like this valuable event. So I'd like to introduce a special cybersecurity expert exchange program run by Korean Institute. There's a cybersecurity powerhouse institution, Korea Internet and the Security Agency called KISA, K-I-S-A. Maybe as you know, the national organization dedicated to promoting the internet and the cybersecurity. The KISA operates a total 4 global bases to promote information protection and cross-border cooperation in the cybersecurity domain. In the KISA Latin America region, also today during this event, and the center is headquartered in the Costa Rica, where it works to strengthen cooperation in the cybersecurity sector, identify projects, and share knowledges between Korea and LAC region. In particular, KISA agency operates the CAMP channel, which was established in 2016 from the initiative of Korea Policy and currently has 67 foreign organizations from globally 49 countries participating. The channel holds annual general meetings and regional forums and collaborative seminars to discuss cybersecurity issues. Sometimes KISA invites member organizations to Korea to introduce cybersecurity-related issues, solutions, and how to conduct training on the cybersecurity. So KISA LAC Center from Costa Rica look forward to more collaboration and cooperation between Korea and LAC region. So if you would like to join this camp program and any other help, please you may let me know and then bring your name card. I will be connecting you to the right person at the KISA. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 아주 중요한 말씀을 하시는 만큼 시간을 많이
Thank you. You have mentioned a very important topic. You have taken quite a long time, so I will leave you with one question less. Now I would like to ask another question. Recently, the topic of cybersecurity has been important in IAEA. So, Mrs. Esther, how to apply in artificial intelligence? What are the advantages and the disadvantages?
Does anyone is afraid of artificial intelligence? It's a lot of in the market talking about the value or not value of artificial intelligence. And it's like everything in the history of technology. It's good, but it can be very bad. It depends on the regulations, how you use it, the ethics of using that. It can be very good to understand as today how the way today artificial intelligence, for example, can predict the behavior of your procurement behavior, then they can apply for you a better customer experience for that. But in other ways, when it's in the wrong hands, those people using artificial intelligence can know also your behavior and can send directly some phishing to you because they are understanding better your behavior through your social network, your emails, your internet, everything. So that's a bad way or the risk of the AI in certain way on the artificial intelligence. Other risk is that in the generative artificial intelligence, if you don't develop, design, and deploy very good your model, the model is learning. Artificial intelligence is not magic. It's learning from the data you're providing to the model. So if the model is not well logged and has some logs there, maybe someone can create malware and say to the generative artificial intelligence, create some kind of malware, and you can do harm also with that. So in a certain way, there is a risk if you use it not in the right way, but in the other hand, it can predict all the future of the new threats, because this is something that it's going to move very fast. You cannot be protected because today you say that you did everything on your processes, your people, training, and technology to be protected, because 3 months from here, they can be another threat. So you need to be very, very in touch with the persons also to do the white collar hackers in order to understand where are your disabilities on this. But the artificial intelligence, well designed, developed, and deployed, can help you to predict some things to protect yourself. So in certain way, it has the risk, but in the other way, it is very important to use it. It will be maturing during the time because it's a model that it's learning. So today, maybe we are in the process of that, but in the future, it will be learning the things that we want the artificial intelligence to learn. So don't use any kind of artificial intelligence in the market, use the certified ones. And if you are going to do it, think always on those logs because it can be used for harm.
네,
Also.
감사합니다. 네, 시간이 짧은 것이 조금 아쉽습니다. 이제는 마지막 정리를
I
해야
am
되는데
very sorry. We are running out of time, so we need to summarize what we have been said, what we have said so far. In Korea, we have had numerous cybersecurity events. Korean companies are dynamic and in terms of their activity. So I would like now to ask Mr. Kim. You have a great deal of experience in this area. Could you provide us with an advice for the LAC region?
It's getting harder and harder. So even though all the security system is in place, incidents continue to happen. This has led to a variety of new architecture and methods such as Zero Trust, XDR, SASE, which is all good solution and architecture. However, these trends are very expensive and time-consuming and labor-intensive. Unfortunately, they also have a very low probability of the success. I tell many of my clients to focus on the improvement they can make right now instead of the building the perfect system. So there are a lot of security products on the market. They try to be perfect, but there are also a lot of products that can be implemented easily and immediately. So I think many Korean information security companies, including my company, Genius, are also producing such products. And nowadays, a lot of software is moving to SaaS, which is a software as a service. And the cybersecurity products are no exceptions. With the SaaS, the managed security service provider will become more popular in the near future to manage the complexity of security. On a national level, it is very important to manage data and the training people in their own countries. Many Korean companies want to be global. So they can offer a variety of possibilities that the major global vendor cannot, such as white label or the customized solution or the private SaaS solutions. This will allow them to build various and more proactive security services that are not possible with global product. I hope black countries keep an eye on Korean cybersecurity company and product in the future. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 더 많은 말씀을 하시고 싶을 텐데 시간이 좀 부족해서 아마 다
Thank
못하실
you
것
so
같아요.
much. I know any additional information you would like to share with you. Unfortunately, we don't have time for it, but I would still like to add some points. Dr. Lee mentioned at some point in Korean Institute of Information and Internet is an institution that belongs to the Ministry of Science and Technology from Korea. And we have the director of KISA. Please approach her if you would like to seek assistance or collaboration. We apologize for not being able to dwell further into this topic. We have seen the differences between the regions. We have seen a couple of cases and best practices, and also how to address the issue of prevention or the mitigation of cyber crimes. And since it is our first experience, in this case, we have a saying in Korean that starts that starting or working halfway is already part of a job done. And this is a great start, a great kickoff. And I hope that at the next forums we will be able to share more cases of success and practices. I thank our panel members for having been so kind as to have shared their experience with us, and also our audience for being here with us this early. Also thanking all the organizers and their staff. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. I've heard a saying once here in Latin America, el tamaño de la luz es el tamaño de la oscuridad. The size of light equals that of darkness. On with our program, let me just remind you, in case you just arrived, un aviso rapidísimo, en español igual. There are interpretation devices just at the back of the hall. Tenemos paquetitos para interpretar, aparatitos. I highly recommend that if you don't have one, take a few minutes to grab it. As you notice, just recently, some of our panelists are using diverse languages, and you don't want to miss it. So for our next panels, cities are the heartbeats of nations. How can we reimagine them with the power of technology and innovation? Leading our next panel session is Mr. Jacques-Jean Guim, General Manager of Regional Representative Latin America at Hyundai Engineering and Construction, alongside a dynamic group of panelists. Mrs. Alicia Silva, welcome. Executive Vice President of Sustainability and Smart City Certification at the Mexican Institute of Sustainable Smart Cities. Mr. Joaquin Di Mario, CEO and co-founder at Wallaby. Mr. Kenneth Do, Smart City TF Team Leader at Shin Sag INC. And Mr. Eun Wan Kim, Executive Vice President at the Salt Systems. Welcome, everybody.
Muy buenos días, señoras y señores. Mi nombre es Francisco Kim, representante de
My name is
Latinoamérica y Caribe.
Francisco Kim. I'm a representative of Hyundai for Latin America and the Caribbean, an international engineering and construction company. I have the pleasure to moderate this session about sustainable, smart, and resilient cities in order to improve lives. The technologies of smart cities are evolving in a way these cities operate, improving the quality of life of their citizens by making the best use of data and technology in order to improve infrastructure, transportation, and public services in general. At this session, experts from different fields, such as urban planning, technology, and industry, will be sharing their experience and knowledge with us regarding best practices in order to implement smart city technologies. This session will also address the potential of a greater degree of collaboration between Korea and the LAC region among different sectors and stakeholders, including government agencies, the private sector, and citizens in the development of this concept of smart cities. To start with, we have Mrs. Alicia Silva, Executive Vice President of Sustainability and Smart City Certification from the Mexican Institute of Sustainable Smart Cities. Mrs. Good morning, Alicia. Good morning. Alicia, how do you visualize the technologies in smart cities to progress in this objective of environmental sustainability, such as reduction of energy consumption, ecological transportation means, and the reduction of waste, and innovative means in order to achieve these goals in both regions? Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invite. I am so pleased to be here. This is a highly relevant question because I believe all cities are working on these issues currently. Everyone has clear objectives in terms of emission reduction, resilience, a better quality of life, climate-related actions, and there are more and more innovations in order to bring these things together. I love speaking about certifications, and one is lit for cities and communities, and it involves KPIs, key performance indicators. And what we need to learn how to measure, how to understand that innovation and data management is something we cannot ignore. We will have to integrate this data management because at a city level, it's important to understand the behavior of people, their habits, and to foster actions or behaviors that contribute to the reduction of emissions, to better manage waste, to manage mobility. So I do believe that today it is of critical importance to have clear objectives, to have data, and to start working with metrics, either aligned with ODS's certifications are, of course, critical as well, because we need a roadmap, but they are not the solution. We don't have to invent the wheel. And this is something that is inserted, integrated, because at this scale of cities, we always need a lot of assistance.
Can you please share an example of PPA in initiatives for smart cities? And your vision and how is it that different entities can work together in these type of initiatives? Yes, of course. And today is the time for Monterrey. Monterrey has a lot of investment, in particular from Korea. That is one of the main pillars in Monterrey. And there was a certification of lead for cities at San Pedro municipality in Monterrey. But not only that, Monterrey City, thanks to a ULI scholarship, prepared a map and a road for decarbonization. The certification became from PPA, with companies like Vitro paying for the certification process and the government putting the team and resources, because people from Monterrey are people who are moving forward at all times, and they are very much aware of the development that is to come with the Tesla manufacturing uh, facility, as well as Kia. Therefore, it is a wonderful opportunity to do it in the best possible way. So companies in Monterrey decided to endorse, as well as consultants and all the intel available, and the scholarship from ULI. They summoned the intelligence from Mexico to see what is it that what can be done, and to create a decarbonization route. I took part in it, and I took part in all the panels that they are organizing with the government, universities, companies, and I believe that this is a very, very good way for things to move forward in this race against time with climate change. We have to work together. What are some cultural or regional considerations to be taken into consideration when adapting smart cities notions for different communities? I believe that Monterrey is not the same as Chiapas, and the people, perhaps in some cities, are far more sophisticated than in others. So one of the most important things, without a question, has to do with the risk of climate change and the cultural challenges or socio-cultural challenges, quality of life, the possibility of having cities that can be lived and can be walked around. And we have now the possibility to work with existing cities and with cities that are being designed thanks to nearshoring in Mexico. We are having a great amount of investment in nearshoring, in distribution centers and manufacturing facilities, with people, attracting people and schools and other things. And Monterrey has a challenge of a lack of water, and in the south of Mexico, that problem does not exist. Merida is another focus. It's different, and they have realized that with the new port in Progreso, they will be able to reach the eastern coast of the U.S. very rapidly. So it's not the same people that, for instance, highly trained and specialized, that is already in the north, than the people from the south who has not had that much contact with specialization. So we have a wide array of challenges, namely education, location. You cannot do the same in Yucatan Peninsula that in the north. And I believe that all these KPIs and all the things that we need in terms of resilience and data management that we have will allow us to have these better centered on each region. But the creation of sustainability routes and decarbonization and net zero by 2050, all cities should be net zero. And it's going to be a challenge because each region has different challenges. Thank you for the questions. Thank you, Alicia.
Por otro lado, tenemos la
Now
presencia de
we have Joaquin Di Mario,
CEO y
CEO and co-founder of
UALABI
UALABI from Argentina. Good morning, Joaquin. Good morning.
Joaquín, ¿cuáles son algunas de las
Joaquin, what are some of the trends of innovation that are worth mentioning in smart city technologies that you foresee shaping urban life and mobility in LATAM and the Caribbean? Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. And I will take some of the notions that Alicia shared. I believe that it's important to understand that technology and innovation are not the same. You can have state-of-the-art technology without innovation, and innovation takes place when you can solve actual problems. For instance, in the case of smart cities, focalizing on people. If we are people-centered, then we are innovating. I believe that there are many trends, and I don't want to use well-known terms because we know that innovation is everywhere in the public and private sectors. Digitalization, for instance, are starting to change a little bit and now are reshaping the way we do things, even in the digitalization of transportation. And everybody agrees that AI is changing and accelerating a lot of this transition towards digitalization. I do believe that there is an opportunity to apply AI on some niches or companies that have already done some job in the city with a user and client base and user base that when we apply AI, we can generate AI insights for decision making. Now, urban mobility and the way it changes the way cities think. 3 days ago, I read something from the Ministry of Mobility saying that they exceeded the record daily trips in bicycle. That was 50,000 every day. People are changing the way they go from one place to another. Micromobility is growing. Not only micromobility, but also multiple transportation carriers, Cabify, Didi, Uber, all these type of platforms. Along with electrification, you know a lot about it, far more than I do. And I believe that electrification added to micromobility and the number of new operators and carriers give us an opportunity, not because electrification is going to improve traffic on its own, no, because it gives us a way to rethink the city, to change infrastructure. There are new businesses emerging from electrification. And when you have an opportunity to change infrastructure and to see the city evolving, there's a match in terms of being people-centered. How do people want to go from one point to another? And I believe that smart cities and mobility has to do on either being people-centered or mobility. If we talk to younger people versus people in their 40s, the younger people don't perceive the possibility of having a car. Therefore, summarizing, I believe that if we listen to people, we'll have an opportunity to think the infrastructure of cities focusing on people, not on the car, on the vehicles, and therefore gathering information while understanding habits and understanding what is it that people need to go from one place to another, therefore solving traffic. So, how can UALABI collaborate with cities in order to reach their sustainable development objectives? Wallaby, first, we lose approximately 3 years of our life just to going to from one place to another. 4 out of the 10 cities with the worst traffic worldwide are in Latin America. But aside from that, there's poor communication between public and private sectors, and there is a fragmentation of operators. Therefore, we cannot solve the problem. So what we do is that we integrate operators and carriers, micromobility, vehicle operators in one hub, and then we offer solutions. On the one hand, focusing on people, the Wallaby app for users allows you to find the best possible route from one place to the other with the best costs and means of transportation. It is like a Waze, but for sustainable transportation. And not only are we fostering this, but we measure carbon footprint, and those who travel in a more sustainable way, we offer free trips. Therefore, we are contributing to the transition to cleaner mobility. The power of Wallaby to transform cities and collaborate. Well, we gather habits and behaviors of people. We understand the origin and destination, the times of day, the type of transportation. And with that information, additional to information from user reports, that is insecurity or traffic or trip satisfaction, we process this information. We put a factor of anonymity, and then we offer in dashboards that mobility stakeholders can make decisions. An example is, what can Wallaby tell you? It can tell you where to expand bus supply, how to expand the cycleways, or where to put a supply point, and that is while understanding the patterns of mobility of people, and this is in an anonymous way in order to understand the true needs of these people, and then cooperate or put our action into greener cities. Now, the next question: how can regulatory frameworks and policies can contribute to making smart cities easier or more difficult in Latin America? Well, I believe that in general terms, we are making progress in LATAM in terms of smart cities. Just to give you an example, I come from Cordoba in Argentina. The Department of Innovation of the municipality, that is the government of the city, together with the BIDLAD, created a smart city fund that allowed us to implement the Observatory of Urban Mobility of the city. There was a co-investment. And I think that this is a clear example on how to move forward, how to accelerate innovation of or public purchase of innovation. This is an example, but we also have innovations and pending issues. On the one hand, we still have a lot to do in terms of open data. I think that there are no good quality public data in order to improve the speed of transition and contributing to the sharing of information between public and private sectors. This is something that we still have to work on in Cordoba, where I come from. However, also in terms of purchases from the government for innovation, small companies like mine that have the capacity or maturity to understand the market but lacks the infrastructure of larger companies and can move faster. Sometimes we have to comply with a number of things to go into tenders, for instance. But when you work in city projects, and when we're going to be um, preparing projects, you can do it with ChatGPT. But the important thing is to test concepts, and these concept tests in the cities can solve innovation aspects because we can validate who are those that can solve certain amount of problems, and then see financing challenges, mechanisms, organizations that can finance this type of projects at city level. To make a long story short, I think that we have great opportunities today. I think that we are now in forums like this. We know that we still have way to go, of course. We know that we don't move as fast as technology and innovation. However, we are on the right track, and we are betting on innovation because we know that innovation is an investment in the short, medium, or long term, and we're going to be yielding results for cities.
다음에는 한국에서 오신 스페셜리스트를 모시고 이야기를 좀 나눌 텐데요.
Now we're going to be talking to specialists from Korea, Mr. Kenneth Do from Smart City, from Sinsai IC. Welcome. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to have this opportunity to collaborate with Latin America and the Caribbean, and of course, it is very exciting. Thank you very much. And how do you see the future of smart city technologies? Well, smart city technologies today in our daily life are having an impact, and in our daily life as well. Digital transformation that is taking place very rapidly, and many traditional support mechanisms and many positions that have been substituted by more digitalized positions. Therefore, the power of labor is changing in terms of its definition. Human work that meant in the past labor, only labor, now is changing and is encompassing other concepts like the power of digital mobilization. That is quite a change. Therefore, in INC, in our company that is part of the Shinsei group, we are a company that integrates systems. And Shinsei is a group that works across logistics, purchasing, and shopping centers. And our group was the first one from the private sector to work on smart city projects, and a project 1 hour away from Seoul that is quite new and wishes to integrate a new lifestyle with the integration of smart city technologies based on AI for convenience stores, for instance, managed by this type of technology. That's part of the idea, and we are planning this type of smart cities with practical solutions applied to the daily life of our citizens. So, what are the advantages of these type of technologies? Well, a number of them, and disadvantages as well exist. And we are taking all of this into consideration in order to try to mitigate these disadvantages, like the creation of jobs, for instance. We are thinking about this. Smart city technology is still in progress. Therefore, not everything can be technology based. I mean, we have to take into consideration the degree of development of the region where the city will be located, and also if there is enough budget in order to apply such technology. If not, then we will keep on using pre-existing labor or technologies. Therefore, we have to work in this arena. Now, the overall trend is that digital transformation will be the means to increase innovation and technological progress with new jobs like data tech scientists, for instance, or engineers who are pioneers in different topics, and new professions, new job positions, and also jobs that cannot be substituted by robots but can only be executed by human beings, therefore achieving synergy between these two areas in order to create the values that contribute with added value to cities. All of these is a concept that should at all times be ready and flexible enough to respond to the demand of reality, and that is how we are working.
Yeah, technology development in smart cities and their distribution, that is an important process. And the recommendations of civils or citizens is important. How can they participate in the process? Yes, I believe that this smart city technology is very much related to the market logics, but it cannot be left 100% in the hands of the market. But the citizens are the ones who have to perform a critical role because they are the beneficiaries of living in a smart city. So the citizen has to be not only a beneficiary, but also the ones who provide feedback, information in order to make further progress in technology development. They must be involved. Citizens as a community have to be engaged. So first, they need to play the role of users in the first place in order to provide that feedback, that information, provide their constructive criticism, and at the same time, the citizen must also become a co-creator or a partner for the sake of the development of smart cities. They must assume this role of beneficiary and supplier at the same time. And they also need to fulfill the role of supervisor or a surveiller of the cyber functions in smart cities. This would be the three critical functions of citizens living in smart cities, because this obviously will keep on changing depending on the level of development, budget, on the environment of the place where the smart city is to be created, and also their managing powers. But by being able to adapt to these differences, the citizens should fulfill these three items. So what are the types of innovations or trends that will be the future of smart cities and between Korea, Latin America, and the Caribbean region? How are they adapting to this new change? That is such a difficult question. Not easy at all to answer, because the technologies that smart cities include are highly diverse and truly broad. So I am limited to being able to mention just a few of them. So to ensure the success of a specific industry, for instance, we need to think about market logic and also the digital element, the green component of smart cities, ecology. These two must be considered the main pillars, and all the technologies and the services required must be linked to these two pillars, must satisfy their demands. And from an innovative perspective, digital innovation and green innovation must be part of it. I believe these are two elements that must be evident and must be underscored. So digital focus, digital approach is of critical importance, and for that we would have to have a certain degree of progress of telecom networks, and this in turn would be linked to the 5G network. And this is all related to smart city services, such as self-driven vehicles and also energy management, aligned with the objectives of these cities, and also safety, security are important aspects, data security, personal data protection, among others. Another important element would be health care, health services, digitalized health services. Everything is related to personal data protection, which must be protected at all times. And as I said, healthcare from birth to death, this must be information, personal information, managed from the very beginning through the end, and this should also be part of services in smart cities. All the citizens living in a modern age in a smart city, not only physical but also mental health aspects should be integrated. They are all elements related to personal data. They must all converge toward a common goal. And the third part, which is green innovation, energy and environment. As we all know, we all know about the climate change, climate crisis. We are very much aware of it. So the topic of sustainability within smart cities from the standpoint of environmental protection for the sake of smart cities would be related to mobility and to urban development. In Korea, we have made great progress in terms of smart cities. However, we are still working on it. It is in the process of development, and Latin America is not that different from Korea. The difference would may be the degree of progress in terms of technologies, but in terms of the topic of energy, there is great potential, and they are even in a more beneficial position because of the geographic position in Korea. We are not in an advantageous position to use renewable energies, for instance, but Latin America and the Caribbean does have that advantage, and for the sake of social and economic development, and collaboration with Korea as well would be another feasible idea. Yes, lastly, Mr. Hyun Kwang from the Salt System. Hello, I come from the Salt System. My name is Hyun Kwang. And within the Salt System, I am in charge of smart cities. It's a great honor for me to be here this morning with you. I've been waiting for some time to intervene. So Mr. Do already mentioned climate change, this very important topic, also social change. It's a huge challenge for all of us. So the technologies in smart cities, how are they evolving within this context? We have heard that climate change is very much related to smart cities. These cities represent 2% only of rural territory, and the emission of CO2, 70% of it is emitted by cities. So cities are critical factors in this subject matter, and for us to achieve environmental sustainability, we are looking for different countermeasures and two solutions. The first one would be countermeasures for natural disasters created by climate change, and the second to minimize the volume of greenhouse gas emissions. Due to climate change, we all know natural disasters occur more frequently, droughts, floods, and other phenomena. And due to these different phenomena, the resilience of cities is being threatened. In Europe, for instance, many have died due to the drastic heat waves. In Korea, we had very intensive rains, leading to people dying. So cities in view of these natural disasters and their increase, are thinking about how to apply early warning systems using our technology and how to introduce natural disaster prevention systems. And this is how we have been offering different technological solutions. And very recently, these national phenomena, we are able to predict them with systems that simulate them. Therefore, we are able to predict the zones most affected by the phenomena, what part of the population will be affected by them, and trying to find solutions to them. France and Korea have been collaborating through their different cities in order to work on simulations, simulating floods in order to minimize the different harmful and negative effects and outcomes. Also, in terms of the reduction of CO2 or greenhouse gas emissions, one could be like a certain type of building, or in the second place could be swift in the mobility of vehicles. Mobility is a very important part of this system, of this effort. So they can share bikes, they can share cars, causing a lower degree of impact on the environment. In the case of Seoul, very recently, in Seoul, an interesting idea has been proposed by the mayor's office. You can pay $50 per month, and with those $50, you will have access to vehicles. It's a limitless access. These vehicles will take you to the suburbs of Seoul, to the cities surrounding the city of Seoul, in order to make a greater use of renewable energy in Seoul. There is a pilot or prototype city. For instance, for heating, they use geothermal energy, replacing the source of energy production by renewable energy sources. We are also installing solar panels, photovoltaic panels, in order to reduce the use of fossil fuel generated energy. Another concept for surrounding cities in Paris, in France, there are cities that are 15 minutes away from Paris. In Spain, the same. There are blocks that are close to the main cities, such as Barcelona. And those 9 existing blocks have been unified in a single large block. So they have restricted the circulation of vehicles, and within that large block, only people and bicycles are allowed to move around on the highways. For cars have been turned into green spaces, and they've turned them into parks. They are continuing this work in Barcelona. So in the future, Barcelona has also proposed for a 900-kilometer long highway to be reduced to half its length. And these types of concepts need information about the movement of people, the location of zones where people move with higher intensity, higher frequency. Look for these spaces for innovation to create new green spaces. But for these types of changes, we need technology, and we need to make the necessary preparations. You mentioned IT technology exchange between Korea, LATAM, and the Caribbean for technology exchange. What are the opportunities you see there? What I feel and what I see in Latin America, first of all, there is a great area of opportunity for collaboration between our two regions because we can share the development of our large cities in both regions. In Korea, we have an experience of having developed new cities in the last couple of decades. And today, over 2.7 million people are living in these new cities. We are close to Seoul. We are developing 5 new cities. In view of this, we have a great deal of experience in smart cities. 6 years ago, the Korean government has appointed 2 prototype cities. We have been able to apply innovative technologies in these 2 cities with highly positive results. And if we share this experience with countries in Latin America, I believe could bring new opportunities and new results. On the other hand, there is also space for exchanging policies because we already have the experience of having developed smart cities. Back in 2008, the Korean government supported the development of smart cities, and we have already created a legal framework. It is a highly detailed one. So all these policy, governance model, regulatory framework, legal standards, these experiences can be shared with Latin American and Caribbean countries. For your countries in this region to receive support in their effort while developing smart cities. And the third aspect of collaboration is in technology. Korea is a country with a vast experience in big data, in technology, the Internet of Things, among others. In this specific sense, the Korean government in the last 5 years have been making strong investments in data-related technologies and data centers. For a smart city to develop successfully, it is very important to have a proper data management system because different entities manage their data differently. They store their data in different places. So the apps or those companies that need this data have to pay a lot of money. It is highly expensive to find specific data. Therefore, the Korean government has implemented a solution, and this is to merge, to connect all these data on a single platform for this data to be shared with the entities that need this information. This is OpenAI. They also have technologies for processing the information, and we are willing to share this information with the countries in this region so that you, when undertaking a smart city development, will be able to make use of it. Not only a technological exchange, but also creating an ecosystem for this technology. The Korean government in the last decades has invested strongly in creating this technology ecosystem, and this is the way to set the basis for the development of smart cities. Finally, a program that I would like to mention is a global cooperation program for smart cities, the KTCnet program, starting in 2010. Every year we select 10 cities, and the Korean government finances this program in order for these cities to apply our technologies. There are many cities who are asking for support through this program. Arnes in Bolivia was one of the cities selected for the program, and also participating with green energy. I hope that in the future more cities in Latin America and the Caribbean will be part of the program. But it is not only government programs what we have. We also have programs at the city level. Different Korean cities have developed their own programs of exchange with cities in the UK. And through these programs, we have achieved a greater degree of collaboration for the cities in both regions to continue collaborating. The goal of smart cities is to become a sustainable, man-centered cities, human-centered cities. So by fostering these programs, big data, AI technology, if we would only focus on that, on those parts, we would face a lot of hindrances. So what would be the main problems in this case and the solutions to them, maybe potential solutions? In my specific case, I've been working for 15 years with smart cities related topics. I have had technology-based projects. I've had to overcome a great many difficulties. For the sake of time, I will only mention two examples. The cities are complicated. They imply problems. The cities, you know, there is economy, society, environment, politics. Everything is integrated, and everything must be harmoniously integrated. So whenever we introduce an innovative system, we don't only affect one aspect of the city, it will affect different sectors. It can lead to unforeseen problems even, like smart parking. When you are driving in Seoul, you have the information available about available parking spaces, how many parking spots in the area that are free, and this saves you a lot of time in order to find a parking spot for your vehicle. You can make a better use of your time and of parking spaces as well.
That also minimizes traffic jams, and this gives rise to other issues since there is greater demand in some areas across the city. Perhaps there is greater concentration of vehicles in one certain area of the city. Therefore, we need to free a little bit of space with side effects, of course. So, at the time of applying new technologies, we have to very closely check all the different aspects. Now, the IT or smart system, it is important to have necessary considerations with respect to the physical structure of the city. 60 or 70% of the city are areas for parking and for vehicles. And when we introduce mobility systems, these will affect a great area of the city. For instance, if we introduce bike sharing systems, for instance, there are benefits, of course, but these bicycles might be left forgotten across different areas of the city, affecting the shape per se of the city. And in certain areas, for instance, or if you have vehicle sharing in certain areas and in non-designated areas, that might give rise to congestion in certain areas. So at the time of introducing new services, it is important to take well-thought consideration on the effects of the environment of the city of such application, and how to minimize that affectation and how to respond effectively. I think that one solution might be to introduce a digital twin technology that replicates what is the physical actual shape in a virtual manner. So if we introduce that technology and apply it before applying a new service, we can understand beforehand problems that might arise from the application of certain technologies. Therefore, this digital twin technology may minimize trial and error And not only that, but by means of an integrated system, it will integrate different factors across the city, and assets can work together in order to deal with problems and issues. This digital twin platform will allow the creation of more efficient urban development. Therefore, countries like Singapore, Korea, or India, Switzerland, Amsterdam, a city, for instance, have introduced digital twins and are using this technology. I hope that in the future we can use it more. Thank you very much for your insights. Well, we found common grounds, and it was important to talk about sustainability. And with the development of technology, we can enrich the life of cities and the human life. We hope to have more opportunities to cooperate between LATAM, the Caribbean, and Korea for the development and sustainability of smart cities. We are wrapping up the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your insights. They definitely offer a roadmap to urban futures that are efficient, inclusive, and resilient. The wonders of technology make a lot more sense when at the service of the well-being of citizens and the fight against climate change. So now for our next session, Korea and LAC countries hold enormous potential for synergizing in the digital sphere. To chart out the partnership, let's welcome our next panel of experts. While they're finishing up setting up the panel for the experts, let me just quick notes and reminders. We do have interpretation devices. If you just arrived, they're just at the back of the hall, and they're in English and Spanish and Korean, so you don't miss any of the remarks of our panelists today. Also, we're live streaming. Yesterday, we had hundreds of people joining us from all around the world, so that's really good news. If you're using social media, please do use our hashtag Korea-LAC. And now, it's my pleasure to welcome our moderator, Mr. Carlos Narvaez, Director of Agribusiness at IDBInvest, who is joined today by our panelists, Mrs. Maria Luisa Hayem, Minister of Economy of El Salvador, Mr. Jacob Choyet, CEO and co-founder of Marco, Mrs. Astrid Mirkin, Markets VP of Vice President of Spanish-speaking LATAM from Rappi, Mr. Nick Su Eichi, CTO at Megason Cloud, Mr. Yi Ko, Team Leader at the Cooperation Division at Kakao. Welcome. The floor is all yours.
So, welcome to this panel session where we will be exploring two very diverse regions, Korea and Latin America, and how they can emerge as global hubs for digital business platforms. In this era of digital transformation, these regions are well positioned, amazingly positioned to become references in this space. But what sets apart Korea, Latin America, and the Caribbean to become global hubs for digital business platforms? First, demographics. We have in both regions young people, passionate people, and tech-savvy young population that are the foundations of a digital platform environment. Second, the experience that the economies have had in the last 2 decades is amazing. Both economies has grown consistently in the last 2 decades, and that creates the markets and the resources to support the growth of these digital platform businesses. The third one, is the geographics. Geographically, Korea is well positioned as the gate to the East Asia ecosystem. Latin America is close to the United States and in front of Europe, becoming a bridge for these two super large economies. In today's discussion, we will explore successful business cases, these companies, how they have overcome the challenges, obstacles, and how collaboration between private and public sector is a key to success. The second point that we will address is how the private sector and the public sector collaboration and engagement plays a role in the development of the digital environment and ecosystem in both regions. What are the successful stories in Korea? What can we do in Latin America? And third, what is the significance of the deployment of a very robust digital infrastructure to establish global hubs in these two regions? Without further ado, I will start the discussion with the amazing panelists that we have today. I will start with Jacob. Jacob, what unique advantages do you see in LAC region for fostering innovative for digital financial ventures in this region?
Yeah, thanks, Carlos. It's a really exciting time, I think, to be an entrepreneur, and especially for the region. And you touched on something that I think is a critical aspect, just the scale of the opportunity, the size of the market. It really is singularly one of the most compelling opportunities, I believe, in order to catalyze innovation, to be able to provide products and services to communities across the LAC region. And what you're starting to see is the region emulate from some obviously extremely admired nations that have really successfully seen their economies driven and fueled by technology, obviously like Korea. And it starts with infrastructure, and really the way that public policy and governments, in addition to NGOs, whether that's organizations like the IDB or the World Bank, that are actually catalyzing a conversation and building frameworks that really help to identify how important access to technology and building and developing that infrastructure is, not just to ensure that direct foreign investment, not just to ensure that the private market companies and investments want to move to these parts of the world, but also for the people that live there. It really is a fundamental right, access to technology and that access to that information. It affects the way that you can do business, affects the way that you can communicate, the way that you can learn. And I think what is exciting is you've seen initiatives, whether it's as far as facilitating payments, government-led initiatives like PIX in Brazil, whether it's the advent of e-invoicing and digitizing and centralizing information in tax databases. And then last, but certainly not least, I think, as you put it, really being at the crossroads of markets that are consistently seeking to do business with Latin America. How critical it is for buyers in the United States and Europe to diversify their supply chains and to continue to seek out goods across the Latin American region. And that is going to be enabled, I think, as we continue to see more push by the public and private sector working together to really identify frameworks for infrastructure development to enable more efficient foreign direct investment from markets obviously like Korea and others, and to really start seeing the way that things can move forward, because the opportunity is there. Okay. It's empirically one of the largest opportunities, I believe, to build, create value, and to help increase quality of life in the world right now.
Thank you, Jacob. Astrid, in that context, how did you view the potential for cross-regional collaboration in the digital business landscape? We were in the preliminary meeting, and I saw the discussion that we were having, and it's amazing. How do you view that cross-collaboration in these two regions?
So first of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure for me to be able to speak on behalf of Rappi, which is one of the fast-pacing companies in the region. It's one of the unicorns that make us proud as Latin Americans to be able to share our story. So thank you for that opportunity. Second, I personally believe that the collaboration between these two economies, it's very promising, right? But there's like a few aspects that I think that we should all try to consider when we're thinking about doing business together. The first one, it's like that both economies have complementary strengths that each other should try to leverage. For example, on one hand, Korea is very well known for the development in terms of technology for electronics and telecommunications. On the other hand, in Latin America, what we are saying is that there's a very vibrant and fast-growing startup ecosystem, mostly related to the tech companies. Tech companies related with, for example, fintech, tech companies related to gig economy, etc. And for each of these companies that show up in Latin America, there's a multiplier effect. For example, when it comes to Rappi, we have more than 100 startups that have been funded by ex-Rappi employees. So I think that it's very important to consider that whenever we are thinking about supporting which one of these companies, you are not supporting the company in and of itself. You're not supporting only that specific business, but you're also supporting the next set of entrepreneurs that are going to be a part of that specific company. And I think that's a very amazing phenomenon that we're seeing here in Latin America, and that could actually lead to amazing business opportunities for both economies to invest. The second opportunity that I do believe is market expansion. Latin America, it's like a growing economy. It has a very large, vast ecosystem of tech companies. It has a hyper-growing population, a middle class that it's like expanding, and also amazing natural resources. So I do believe that Latin America region represents an opportunity for any Korean company looking to expand its footprint. For example, when it comes to e-commerce, which is the field that I'm like very like working on, you can potentially do like a combination of the Rappi technology with like a smart refrigerator that could like see whatever you're running out of groceries, and we could deliver in less than 10 minutes with our proprietary technology. So I do believe that finding these like commonalities between the two economies and at the same time leveraging each other's strengths could actually make users' lives easier. And when we make users' lives easier, it becomes in like amazing business opportunities for any companies working in each of these economies.
Thank you, Astrid. Minister Hayam, what are the most promising areas for collaboration between Korea and El Salvador and beyond El Salvador in Latin America and the Caribbean in the digital business sector? And how can their respective governments facilitate this collaboration?
Thank you, Carlos. Good morning to everyone here. Good afternoon, good night to people who are with us in this session online. So we have identified many areas, actually, of collaboration, understanding all the path that Korea has gone through and all the opportunities that Latin America and the Caribbean has. We actually, as El Salvador, we have set as a goal to become a technology hub, and that's why we have given a lot of thought of what bilateral partners can be key in achieving this goal. And one of the projects that we're actually currently initiating in the execution is a smart factory collaboration. It's a project of $1.5 million for a period of 5 years, which will allow our companies, I'm going to talk first about the manufacturing sector, but this alliance, this partnership would allow our companies in manufacturing sector to be able to have this technical assistance, sharing of knowledge, but also linking providers of technology that are going to allow us to become more competitive, more productive, and something very important which we're looking for is an economic development that's friendly with the environment. So adopting clean technologies, that's an area that we see as a huge opportunity of partnering with Korea and El Salvador. We have given the first step and we're already under execution mode. But also research and development, it's an area that needs to be strengthened in, at least I'm going to speak for the case of El Salvador, and that's another area where learning about experience, we were talking in the morning about cybersecurity. Also, someone were saying we're 10 years behind of where other countries are in Latin America. And in order to be able to catch up faster, it's important to have partners and allies that have already gone through the learning. Another area where we are working very hard is in strengthening our innovation ecosystem. We have understood, we have had a constant communication with our startups in order to understand what is it that they need in order to make sure that their dreams come true and that they can become international companies. And as of today, we started these efforts with 5 partners in the table. Now we have 75 and counting partners in our innovation ecosystem. And again, this is an area where Korea has already gone a long way. And we believe that that government to government sharing of experience is important to understand what were the key elements that allow Korea to become where they are with all their solutions that are all over the world. And for a country like El Salvador, a small country with small market, but with a huge potential in terms of its talent, this is gold for us. So keep learning on what countries like El Salvador need to do to make sure that we're doing the right thing. We're doing the right things. We're late in the game, but that doesn't mean that it's a bigger opportunity to give a big jump in every in all the areas that I've mentioned earlier.
Thank you. It's an amazing thing what El Salvador is doing, so congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Carlos.
Nick, the story of success of your company is amazing. But what are the potential benefits of all this international collaboration and partnerships, specifically in your business in the cloud industry? How do you see it? What can we do, and what are the benefits?
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this exciting opportunity here. I'm glad I'm here. First time in Mexico City, so let's talk about the question. I want to change that question a little bit. You talked about potential, but I think it's already happening. So I want to talk about what has happened and what could happen in the future. I think it's important to have like-minded people sharing the similar interest to put them together, and that will bring the brilliant ideas. The brilliant ideas will be delivered as a part of the services. Right? So what we need to do is, as a part of the cloud, and when there's borders are just going lower and lower, we need to put Korea-LAC people together and bring that ideas, make it even bigger ideas together. One of the examples that I can talk about is a security side. So we talk about cloud, we talk about SaaS platform. Every company, every country has their own compliance and their own policies. But the thing is, the hackers, they don't really worry about those policies and borderlines. They have one reason, and they figured it out how to work together anonymously. So they don't even know each other, but somehow they can collaborate better than what we can do. So what we should do as a part of the going forward in a cloud environment, we should work together because we're already losing this battle against the hackers and cyber attack. So what I recommend is getting together the brilliant ideas on the cybersecurity-wise and cloud service-wise. Korea-LAC people get together to make sure that we build a better barrier and we understand what's happening, because some of the attack that's happening in Korea, some of the attack that's happening in LAC might be different. But sooner or later, this attack goes around. It's just a matter of time. So sharing the ideas, sharing how we solve this problem will be a good starting point, and that's actually happening right now, and that's what we should focus on.
Thank you so much, Nick. Actually, coming back to you, this is a tough question. How do you see the evolution of the consumer behavior and preferences impacting the digital business landscape? And how can businesses stay ahead in this dynamic environment? So RAP is a proof of this. How you see it?
So this is my favorite topic, and I could speak hours about this. Please talk to me in the IELTS after this, because I would love to expand my answers beyond what I'm going to say today. But in the spirit of time, the main trends that we are seeing, it's like a more demanding consumer, first of all. We are seeing that, for example, in the e-commerce ecosystem in terms of delivery times. So we're seeing a consumer that a few years ago was okay receiving their packages 2 days after they order it. Then we really challenged the standards, and we were able to deliver anything in less than 35 minutes. Now we are delivering in 10 minutes. We're seeing a consumer that it's always demanding for more, that it's always demanding a much better experience. And as a company, you need to stay ahead of that. So for example, in order for us to adjust to that trend that we were seeing, we launched Turbo, which is our 10 minutes delivery service, when you can order like a lot of stuff and get it delivered in 10 minutes, no? So the second one that we're seeing is subscriptions for all. We're seeing that subscription-based services are very popular in Latin America, and that's not only because of the savings, the monetary savings associated to a subscription, but also for the convenience and for the loyalty that typically like a user has with a company that is providing good service to them. So for example, we do have like a subscription service that we were the first one doing that in Latin America. That was very innovative at the time that we launched it, and then a lot of companies follow the same thing. So whenever you're thinking about Latin Americas, do not be scared of subscription. Sometimes like companies are scared about subscription because you need to have a credit card and things like that, but it's something that we're also seeing as a trend, that it's an increased loyalty that leads to more subscription adoption. And the third one, it's like customer service and support. Users are eager to have a much more improved customer service and support. The type of like customer experience that we typically face in Latin America, it's not like a good benchmark compared to the standards that you see in more developed companies in other parts of the world. So whenever we're thinking about technology, we need to think how technology can also be something that we could use to improve the customer service and the support, after-sales support, that we give to our consumers. Because whenever you give a good support to a Latin America, you're gonna see that the loyalty of that user goes up tremendously compared to like a bad customer service. And I do believe that like companies should tackle this, because there's an opportunity to improve the lives of people by improving the customer service that we provide as companies, and that we should all take this very seriously. When it comes to like startups and companies operating in Latin America, I do believe that like we need to stay close and follow these trends and make sure that we pivot rapidly and adapt rapidly, because users are very demanding and expecting companies to adjust very fast, because Latin Americans are like early adopters of technology. So they're expecting companies to follow the same like velocity of adoptions when it comes to these trends.
Thank you, Astrid. I think this connects perfectly with the next question about that behavioral change that it's happening. Jacob, your company is bringing a solution that it's substantial for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is access to finance. Can you mention how technology and that need and that behavioral change address all your company? How do you address all these challenges?
Yeah, it's not
for SMEs. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The thing that the company Jacob leads is that they provide a solution for access to finance for SMEs, which is a huge problem for the region.
Yeah, thank you, Carlos. And yeah, for a little bit of context, my company, Marco, we're building technology and providing services that are critical, like democratizing access to financing to SMEs in Latin America by building the de facto operating system for LATAM SMEs in trade. So really this concept of building a system of record and a vertically integrated ecosystem to really enable Latin American businesses to have more data, more visibility, to spend more time running their businesses. But when I started this company with my co-founder, Peter Spradling, who's Uruguayan born and raised, he was a serial entrepreneur in cross-border trade, experienced the challenges of getting reliable access to financing himself. That is oxygen for these businesses. Access to capital is extremely difficult. Banks have really struggled to finance the underserved. They require hard collateral. They spend a lot of time underwriting. For anybody that's even applied for any type of business type of credit solution in the past. I'm sure you've felt this experience. And when we started Marco with this vision to build products and services, with this vision to build software to help solve pain points that these businesses are feeling, how can you build that trust and try to provide value-added services when you're ignoring the root problem, when you're not addressing finance, when you're not providing credit, and when you're in environments like we're experiencing right now where credit is exceptionally tight, when you have businesses that unfortunately that are serving the US market and other markets overseas, payment terms can often be egregious. They often are not getting paid for 30, 60, 90 days. How is a business expected to pay their suppliers, pay their employees, have sufficient operating cash needs and liquidity to grow? So, at Marco, our ethos is, even though we're a venture-backed company, and for those of you familiar with the asset class, you probably know that venture does not love balance sheet financing businesses. They don't carry the same enterprise value to revenue multiples that traditional software businesses do. But we believe that you can't ignore the elephant in the room, and that providing finance at scale while mitigating risk, managing OFAC and FCPA, as we're a US domiciled company, managing money laundering risk. These are all critical things to do to help the real businesses that are serving the US market, that are stepping up in this nearshoring environment. And at the end of the day, we think that there is an opportunity, but you can't ignore that elephant in the room. And despite how it affects our ability to raise equity financing in markets like this, we believe that it is the right way to build trust and provide that value, that critical need that businesses need. And then from there, we build a relationship. We understand what other problems do they have. Do they struggle with FX? Do they struggle with other card-based products? Do they struggle with data and analytics and understanding their business? Do they struggle with managing their finances, their treasury, cash expense management, et cetera? So we think all those opportunities are there. And again, we're not serving startups. We're serving your avocado exporters, your auto parts exporters, your IT solutions companies, businesses that have not necessarily made the digital transformation or are experienced in procuring software to help their business. But we think if we're able to build trust and understand the needs of their businesses by providing the biggest need initially, we'll be able to kind of address that additional gap with technology and software and help bring them more into the fold that way.
Thank you, Jacob. Getting to the public-private sector collaboration. Nick, what role do government policies play in creating a supportive environment for digital businesses, in your experience, and how can governments in both regions can improve their support?
Good question. Not an easy one, but based on my experience, the government plays a very key role in any changes. We all know that, right? When the private sectors are trying to move like 200 miles per hour in full force, we don't want the government to be an anchor point or block or slow them down. What we want them to be is we want them to be an accelerator to help the private sectors to make that changes. And encouraging the companies to try the new things, right? What we are trying to do is we work with the Korean government and we work with the APAC and Middle East governments. One of the things that we tried is creating the sandbox environment for these newly created industries. For example, fintech is a new thing in any country because we have a very old legacy way of doing the banking and the credit card companies. But there's a small startups, so fintech companies are everywhere in the world. They're changing the processes, making higher availability for the lower income people, and they're trying to make it easier for everyone's transaction, right? The government, with the traditional policies and regulation, the smaller fintech companies was having a hard time, even starting the companies. For example, the government will actually ask the companies to say, hey, where is your physical address of your data center? Or who is accessing your data center? Or maybe they will even ask, how did you get your money to start your company? But as a startup company, they want to use a cloud to innovate their ideas and execute that ideas in a very short time. They may fail, but they want to try the different things. But in order to meet those requirements that government is providing, they can't even start the companies, because if you're using public cloud, for example, AWS, you don't know where your data center is going to be. You know you're using the servers that's sitting somewhere in the cloud. So the companies has been asking us to work with the government and work with AWS and Google to say, hey, here are the things that is blocking them to start these ideas. How can we solve this problem? But for a small fintech companies with the 20 employees to go and talking to financial, the government is not an easy thing. So what we worked with them was, hey, let's create a sandbox environment and see how it's working. But we want to make sure the government and the third-party auditing companies have 100% visibility so that they are not actually going and breaking the law. Now, we're talking about law and policy as a government, the regulation is a different thing, right? Because we're trying to move forward. So that's what we did. So we, as a Megazone, what we try to become is we're trying to become a partner and a bridge, as well as a translator, and then consulting the people to try the new innovative ideas with a new environment. That's what we did. We're trying to work with that companies to solve their problem with the government.
Thank you, Nick. Maria Luisa, and Nick had to be careful because you're here. El Salvador is an amazing example, but what strategies specifically does your government employ to attract foreign investment, particularly from countries like Korea, to promote the growth of the digital businesses and technology startups?
Great. Well, I think the same way as companies understand the needs of their clients, that's the same way as the government of El Salvador is looking at its micro, small, medium, large, multinational companies, and also our startups, of course. Understanding your client, what our client needs, is key in order to understand what conditions need to be there and what we need to do as a government to create them. And then with that set and that very well identified, the approach, the outreach and the approaching of companies has to happen, and it's happening. In order, we recently saw the announcement of Google coming to El Salvador, but it's a matter of getting the terrain ready, the ecosystem ready for companies to come to El Salvador. And something that we did earlier in President Bukele administration, we basically talked to our technology companies. We are very clear on where we want to go. We want to become a technology hub in Latin America, and we needed to understand what are the needs of our companies. And many issues came up, and when I mean companies, small, medium, large, regional, international, and all of them with the common theme of being part of the technology sector. And what we found out is that there were some constraints, and all of the constraints that were there were easy to work on. It was not something that was systemical or something that we couldn't fix. And some of the barriers for technology companies to grow in El Salvador prior to President Bukele's administration was red tape, for instance. There was the same government blocking the establishment, operation, and growth of companies in all sectors. Actually, it was not only technology. And this was preventing the technology sector to grow. Now we have we have invested $5.8 million in order to make sure that red tape will not be a barrier for any company to establish in El Salvador and be able to operate and grow in an agile fashion. Also, we identify the lack of a modern regulatory framework was also preventing companies to be able to succeed. And as you may understand, we have regulations that was created 100 years ago that doesn't make sense to where we are today. As we speak, technology is currently changing. So that was access to credit was also one of the areas that was preventing companies to grow, and solutions like Marcos, we see them like critical in order for economies to be able to grow. And talent was another one that it's not only a constraint for El Salvador, for many countries, talent in the technology sector was also a barrier, and we have worked together with companies like AWS, Microsoft, Meta, Salesforce, in order to make sure that we have the talent the technology companies need, not only today, but in the future. So all this to say that for a government to go out and do an outreach to attract investment, we needed to show that we were ready we have the house ready to receive them. And this is what we have focused the first years of our administration. Pandemic happened, and that was tough times, but we never lost the focus. Our focus was we have to create the conditions for El Salvador to become a technology hub. I just mentioned a couple of areas that we have worked on, but there were incentives, for instance. We have developed I would say, one of the most beneficial incentives law for technology companies in El Salvador. It was approved a couple of months ago, and basically provides 15 years of incentives for companies, not only in the software, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, machine learning world, but also the manufacturing of inputs and goods that are related to technology. So this is the holistic approach that we believe a government should take to address opportunities that we see. In the case of El Salvador, we see that the technology sector is an opportunity for today and for the future, and understanding what is everything that needs to happen in order to attract more companies is key to then do the outreach. Before I share the mic with others, for the outreach, it's very important to include everyone in the government that can help do this outreach. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the ambassadors that represent El Salvador around the world are constantly talking to companies and investors selling the country, and that we believe it's gonna be key in order to, now that we believe we have the conditions in El Salvador, there's legal certainty, there's security, something that you might all have seen in the news. Now we are ready to work together as a government to sell a place of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Joy, what advice would you offer to government leaders and policymakers who are looking to accelerate their country's digital transformation efforts?
먼저 여기 초대해 주셔서 감사합니다. 일단 저희 카카오에 대해서 간략하게 말씀을 드리면, 카카오는 메신저 사업으로 시작해서 모빌리티, 그리고 핀테크, 그다음에 AI, 클라우드, 엔터테인먼트 등 굉장히 많은 그 IT 사업을 하고 있는
and working across different environments of technology. We are a company representing technological Korea. In terms of technological transition, we're working with the Korean government and working in order to collaborate, and based on my experience in terms of digital transition, what is most badly needed? Well, to share a clear vision to the government. I think that it is clear for companies with a certain technology or following a certain trend to be there. However, what is truly relevant is the vision that we have and the technologies that we need in order to achieve such vision. That is what we have to convey to the government. And the government needs to participate as well as society stakeholders in order to make this vision come true. Likewise, changing environment with different technologies. And together with these, we have to assess the evolution process. And together with these, something else that is very, very important is to innovate the experience of our users. It is being
선진국들이 갖고 있는 혁신적인 서비스를 바로 우리에게 도입을 해가지고 뭔가 새로운 혁신을 만들어낸다기보다는 우리 이제 사회 구성원들이 가지고 있는 문제점들을 해결할 수 있는
This does not always work because we need to be aware, we need to understand the issues and the demands of the citizens of our cities, of our countries, and also the idiosyncrasy of cities. it is different. So once we do our part of the work, the government will support us and will lead to better innovations. What is more important is not only digitize on the outside, it is also about innovating from within. That's what we have been doing. We have cases of innovations and we have had difficulties in the process. Generative AI, it is set to change our lives, our world, but this generative AI, but it will not be easy to change our lives drastically because there are parts to our lives that will not be affected by generative AI. So we need to consider the type of information we would need in face of all these technological challenges. I want to mention a very simple project, different administrative and management services executed on a website in the case of the Korean government. The Korean people can make use of the administrative services together with the support and the solutions provided by the private sector. Upon presenting documentation, we offer solutions at Kakao, at our company. So citizens don't go to the government website. They are able to use the Kakao app in order to submit public documents. And I believe that is a way to close the gap in terms of this difficulty. It's not about having new changes. It's about having the trust of being able to work together for new cases of success.
Minister Hayam, having heard the private sector, how can Latin American governments best promote digital literacy and skills development to ensure the workforce is prepared for this moment? I mentioned at my initial words that this is the foundation of the movement that we see. What can you do from the government perspective?
Yes, actually, we see talent as a prerequisite in order to make sure that we're going to be able to take the most advantages from this technology revolution that we're living and that we're foreseeing for the future. In the case of El Salvador, I would try to simplify a reality that it's a little bit more complex, but what we have done is separated this challenge in two. On the one hand, it's important to work with our public sector, and we recently implemented a project where Google technology was provided in our technology in our schools, in our public schools. So El Salvador is now one example in the world where more than 1 million students, kids and youth, are having that contact with technology that they didn't have in the past. And that we believe it's going to be transformational. Also, another project complemented the first one I mentioned is providing hardware, the tablets and computers to our youth. That is also something, providing the content, the curricula that will ensure that the moment that they graduate from their high school, they're going to have already that awareness and that contact with technology that will prepare them to better prepare them to be part of that technology sector labor force. But having said that, the other area that is also very important, has been very important for us, is work with the youth population that unfortunately didn't have the access that I mentioned earlier to computers, to Google Workspace and Google Classroom. And now what we're doing is we have created our Tech Skills Council with the support of the IDB. So I take the advantage to thank IDB for working with us in order to create the Tech Skills Council, which basically brings together more than 10 of the technology companies that are growing faster in El Salvador. And we constantly are identifying what are those needs that companies have today, but also will have in the future, and what the needs are locally, but also what the needs are internationally, because we cannot think that our population would only be preparing to provide services in El Salvador. We believe that a lot of potential is for companies to hire the talent that we are creating in El Salvador. So based on that input, we're working together with multilateral organizations, with bilateral donors, in order to make sure that what comes out, that input that comes out of this Textiles Council, can then translate in projects that are going to provide the exact skills that companies need. And I make a big emphasis in the exact skills, because a lot of projects have been implemented in the past where maybe governments thought that they knew what companies needed, but at the end of the day, the people, the youth or the individuals that were trained were not necessarily fulfilling the needs of companies. So here I do like to make the emphasis of the importance of working together with the customer, with the private sector, understanding exactly what they need today and in the future, and make sure that in the selection of the profile of determining what's the profile of the youth that's going to be trained, what's a curriculum that needs to be used, what's a methodology that needs to be used, the monitoring and evaluation jointly with the private sector, the fairs after the training closes. All these are key elements, we believe, and we have proven it, to ensure that the training projects are successful and are going to increase the likelihood of youth trained to have a job in the future. So that cycle, I couldn't emphasize it more. I believe that's something that has worked for El Salvador and can also be a reference for other countries in the world.
Thank you, Maria Luisa. Nick, we're in the final minutes. For you and Astrid, I will ask very, very shortly, how significant is the deployment of the digital infrastructure to the development of this sector?
So technologies, right? The thing about technologies is that it's not provided to everyone at the same time. Some of the people get access earlier than others. So the most important thing is that the government and private sector has to work together to make sure these new technologies such as high-speed broadband and cloud services are available equally to everyone, regardless of their background and their academic skills. That's what we need to do. If we didn't have the broadband, if we didn't have the cloud, we would not have seen, Uber or Airbnb or any of those, high-tech emerging technologies, going at 200 miles per hour, trying to make it work and solving the real-world problem. We would not have had that, right? Because of that, even without knowing, all of us, we carry smartphones. And the smartphones, without broadband services and cloud services, you'll not be able to do the updates. And I mean, to me and to everyone else, whenever there's a new update, just click on the button and everything happens magically. But when you look behind it, all the underneath innovative platforms such as cloud and broadband, that's what is actually making it happen. When a new smartphone came out, everyone started working on developing a new mobile app. And they supercharged everyone on the development cycle. These broadband and cloud services will supercharge everyone to work on how to change the real life problems into the innovatives, using the innovative platform and make it work for everyone. And like I said at the beginning, what we need to do as a private sector and working with the government, we need to make sure these new technologies, new innovative ideas are available for everyone at the same time. And being a fair playground so that they can come up with the new ideas, they will bring into the next step together. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. An easy question again. Astrid, what are some of the key infrastructure challenges that the digital business might encounter in our region in Latin America and the Caribbean? How they can be addressed?
So it's music to my ears to hear that we're all aligned in the fact that access to internet and technology should be a basic human right nowadays. It's also music to my ears to hear that there's alignment in the fact that there's need to be articulation between the public and the private sector to do so. This will not only create many more business opportunities for every company in the world to operate, but it will also create what I do personally believe that it's more important, that it's upward social mobility. So right now in Latin America, only 61% of the population has access to internet, right? And you can see that number going up, of course, in the city, Mexico City, which is like a big capital. But if you don't need to go like very far away from here or from any other big city in Latin America to realize that that's not the case of internet penetration at the same rate as we see in big cities. That represents a huge opportunity to digitalize more regional economies, to digitalize like smaller cities, and to make sure that we are like incorporating more people and more audiences to the businesses that we all operate in. I do strongly believe that Latin America will like grow, raise, and move forward through work and technology, which are very tied and aligned together. So I cannot stress enough how important it is that we all hold hands and work relentlessly towards this goal. The second aspect is talent, right? Like there's also a lot of alignment on the need of developing talent. Our region is one of the most demanding for tech talent nowadays. And if we do not develop the next generation of talent, if we do not work with kids very early in the game when they start the school, to make sure that we are incorporating more and more talent into the digital and tech ecosystem, the risk is that we won't be able to grow as businesses and as regions, not because of the economic opportunities, but because of the talent availability that we may have to do so. So while I do believe that there's like probably many more other areas of opportunities, I would like to make sure that we all align on these two, because if we manage to unblock these two, I think that the growth and the opportunities that will rely for the entire region and for everyone living here are enormous and tremendous for the next 10 and 20 years.
Yes.
Thank you, Astrid. And this is to wrap up the panel, what are the key trends that you believe will shape the future landscape of digital business in Korea and around the globe?
네. 최근 들어서 아마 많은 분들이 AI하고 클라우드에 대한 관심이 많아지셨을 거라고 생각합니다.
Recently, everybody's talking about cloud and AI, metaverse, and IoT. However, there are new topics with new technologies that will emerge. However, we have to focus on the trend and see what new services we need to implement with the use of these new technologies. That is going to be the true trend. This is very important because between countries, there was a divide that is closing little by little. But who's going to lead the effort? There are companies, there are countries that are leaders today. I don't think that they will be leaders in the future because there will be new startups, new countries that will be able not only to reach current levels, but to go beyond. That's going to be the trend. So the user is at the core, his, her problems, and the services they need. That is very important, as well as to determine the needs. And then think about the services that we wish to offer to our clients. So the IT trend will be ever changing. And these new technologies that Metaverse presents, or maybe with AI, that is the newest technology, but of course there will be others in the future. But the most important thing is that every time a new technology emerges, it is going to change our life dramatically. But some do, some don't. That is why we need to find those blind spots, identify them in order to take full advantage of the opportunities. I also wish to mention that all these technologies have values. that is not from the perspective of a trend, but from the perspective of opportunities that can be generated by these technologies, and what type of additional or new services can we develop in order to add value to the life of the users. So adaptability is there. I know it's not easy to estimate, to foresee the future. However, to try to make an effort, and along the process, we will be able to create new values based on new trends. As I said before, based on those new success cases, we will create new added values. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you. I just want to close with very short words. From the IDB Group perspective, we're very happy to facilitate this discussion between the public and the private sector. I want to mention that we are ready to support at all levels in the venture space, as we're doing with Marco, in the public sector, as we're doing with the government of El Salvador, but only facilitating this dialogue for us is our purpose. We have to be there. We're gonna be there, and we're very excited to be part of this endeavor. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know about you, but I'm really looking forward to that refrigerator making my grocery list and then shopping for me. Sounds very promising. Now, truly, it's a long road ahead when we think about access to technology as a human right, clearly, as we just heard, which really highlights the importance of forums such as this one and people like yourselves at the lead of innovation. No doubt the potential of collaboration is great for business and also for people. Now, for our next panel, let's explore the future of transportation and the advancement of a low-carbon e-mobility future. To steer this discussion, we are honored to have Mr. Ho Young Lee, Director of Future Mobility Agency Industry and Policy Research Laboratory at Korea Automobile Technology Institute. Mr. Nazaret Black, CEO of Costa Rican Electric Mobility Association. Mr. Ricardo Augusto Martins, Vice President at the Administrative Division Central and South America regions at Hyundai Motors. Mr. Seong Yun Oh, President of SK Signet America. Thank you very much and welcome.
¿Qué tal? Mucho gusto.
¿Quieres pasar acá?
¿Aquí?
Estaba
¿Aquí?
pronto. Okay.
Ah, bueno, está bien.
Yes.
Hola, encantado de conocerlos a todos.
Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all.
It's a great honor to serve as a moderator with these outstanding experts today. I would also like to thank everyone who joined this event in a historic and beautiful Mexico City. We're gathered here today to discuss strategies to achieve sustainability and mutually beneficial development through cooperation between the Latin America and Caribbean region and the Republic of Korea. As many people realize, a powerful, if not unique, solution to climate change in the transportation sector is electric mobility, as it can dramatically reduce carbon emissions and air pollution, allowing energy to be utilized in new ways. The fact that many countries today are presenting future blueprints for e-mobility means that it has great economic potential. In particular, e-mobility is changing the global industrial landscape and creating unprecedented opportunities as it requires new materials, components, and extensive cooperation between companies. There are endless opportunities for cooperation between Korea, who has recently shown leadership in the development and production of e-mobility, and Latin America and the Caribbean, who continue to show sustained and impressive economic growth patterns. On the policy side, Korea has continued to make efforts to promote technological innovation and demand for electric vehicles, and this experience will further enhance both regions' aspirations to achieve an eco-friendly transportation sector. With that in mind, today we will look at strategies for achieving the adoption of e-mobility in both regions, as well as recent innovation trends, challenges, and opportunities in advancing e-mobility adoption. We will also discuss how the key elements that promise the success of electric vehicles shape a sustainable transportation system, and why collaboration between stakeholders in both regions is important. I believe that our discussion today will promise a low-carbon future and prosperity for both regions. Muchas gracias. So thank you so much. Let me start the panel discussion shortly. The first topic, please give us your opinion on the e-mobility adoption strategy. Ms. Nazareth, what is your vision for the future of sustainable e-mobility in Mexico and Latin America, and what strategies do you believe will be crucial to achieving it?
Muchísimas gracias. Me da mucho gusto estar aquí el día de hoy.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you today talking about e-mobility. There are a great many challenges. I think that the main question would be how to work around challenges and turn them into opportunities for the region. So I believe that the answer is the creation of regional strategies. Strategies, as you were saying, are aimed at prosperity within e-mobility. That's the main aspect. When we talk about regional strategy, it is our task to detect critical items and correct them. And when I say critical, we can analyze them. And upon doing that, we already see a concept that we have been mentioning for several years. And that's the concept of dependency. And the clearest and closest example would be microchips. How is it possible that such a small element, a minute element, is necessary for a vehicle and has caused a great setback in the global industry at worldwide level? That's the dependency we have on Asia and mainly on China. So we should fill this gap first of all within our ecosystem. We are creating a regional ecosystem as a key element in order to massify e-mobility and to have a technological independence. And I love to use the Biden's anti-inflation law with a central axis of transitioning towards clean energies and foster e-mobility with an approach on these two issues. It mentions the decrease of depending on oil and on third parties, and I believe that's the general idea to progress with the strategy on a regional level to decrease that dependency. And specifically for Mexico, focusing on a smaller regional area, what we should be doing is to verify and pay attention to the actions of our government for them to be coherent with the regional strategies. And by that I mean, if we are talking about creating a regional ecosystem, addressing the topic of e-mobility and creating greater opportunities, and on the other hand, coherence is not only in the actions. A clear example is the removal of tariffs on the import of e-vehicles from China China mainly, that goes completely against the objectives that we are looking for of creating a regional ecosystem to decrease economic dependency. To wrap up, I believe if we fail to implement regional measures with intelligence and with competitiveness in mind, what we would have a Chinese e-mobility instead of a regional e-mobility. We would be losing out on an opportunity of creating our own dynamics of an e-mobility industry with our own face, with our regional traits. And instead of that, we would be following foreign dynamics. If we pay attention to our regional strategies, we will be able to start creating our own dynamics, which we are lacking today. And by creating these dynamics, we will acquire a greater independence and therefore increase our level of competitiveness. And if we pay close attention to it, we can step up on the ladder of e-mobility, which will be a new era, and it will bring great many changes. Behind these challenges, there is a huge opportunity, for me the most important one, for the next 50 years to come.
Thank you for sharing your good opinion. And the next question is to Mr. Eric. Eric, can you share your vision for the future of sustainable e-mobility in Costa Rica and the role that ASOMove aims to play in this vision?
Sí, cómo no. Buenos días a todos. Agradezco mucho a Korea-LAC esta oportunidad.
Thank you very much for the opportunity of being here. First of all, let's talk about the worldwide opportunity. We are faced with a great transformation and an emergency as well. The climate emergency is one that makes us need to move fast, and it's great opportunity for change in terms of mobility will be emissions. And it is this decade where we will be seeing very specific changes. And on this Congress about innovation and trade, it makes thousands of windows open up. If I may use an analogous sample, back in 2010, we didn't know what a smartphone was. In 2020, we already had one, almost all of us, and now we are at the beginning, and not quite at the beginning of e-vehicles. By 2030, Bloomberg is forecasting between 60 to 80% of all vehicles sold worldwide will be electric vehicles. And by e-vehicles, I mean zero emissions that do not use fuel to move from one place to the other. So we are faced with a huge and accelerated transformation that is about to occur in a short term. So the vision of Costa Rica, very consequent with these circumstances, what I see is that we will be moving around on e-vehicles, starting with public transportation means, because that's also another direction we have to consider, not only not having to breathe in exhaust gases, but also getting fast from one place to the other, move to different places in short time, like in Mexico City, but the same in Costa Rica. So we are focusing on public transportation means, which will become electric. We will have the first 100 buses in our country. Next year, we are expecting 300 e-vehicles to start working, and also e-micromobility. I was pleased to see in Mexico that you're using bikes, an intensive usage. We see bike, we see scooters, and that's what I am visualizing also in this country from now until the end of the decade. And private transportation, 100% electric as well. Out of every 100 cars in the country, 10 are electric, so we are at 10%. That's the highest penetration rate in the whole of Latin America if we add the US, also, if we leave the US out of these statistics. And I see an accelerated growth for e-mobility as an association, as Asomove. We are also growing 0.1% of vehicles for electronic and or electric, and now we are over 1,000 associates, workers, and out of 100, every 100 cars, 10 are electric, and we have a 100% coverage with a charging structure on national territory. And what we are doing is the same we have been doing so far to become leaders. One of these things are public policies. Drive the government, visit ministers, the president, legislators, lawmakers to establish the conditions that favor non-polluting e-vehicles. Also, create demand. And traditional industries are resistant to change. We know what happened to Kodak. They had the possibility of becoming digital. They were comfortable with what they were doing, and they failed. So what happens with traditional salespeople? They know how to sell gasoline vehicles. Now we need to train them how to sell e-vehicles. We have to prepare them, and that's what we do at our association. Inform others about the advantages of this change and networking. We have become interconnection points between government, public, and private entities in order to move this change forward.
He gave us a very impressive vision. Thank you. And Mr. O, in your view, what core elements are necessary for foster widespread understanding and enthusiasm about electrification initiatives?
Buenos dias. Let me give you a background on what SK Signet does.
It's working. Your mic is working.
SK Signet, we're the global leader in EV charging infrastructure. We have factories in Korea and in Texas in the United States. We have installed more than 20,000 chargers globally. And just in the US alone, we've installed more than 3,000 EV chargers. So that's some background of SK Signet. And so SK Signet entered the US market in 2016. In 2016, there was only a few EV cars, the Nissan Leaf, Chevrolet Bolt, and maybe the Tesla Model 3 came out that year. It was very early stages, and now we have more than 40 different EV models. In the beginning, initially our customers in the US were car OEMs. But in 2017, more of the EV charging station companies became our customers. Their goal was to install EV charging stations every 100 kilometers apart, radius of 100 kilometers, to reduce range anxiety and educate the people, the consumers, on the EV benefits of the EV car. At that time, we had to support multiple EV charging standard technologies. But 7 years later now, there is a US government initiative called NEVI, NEVI, which stands for National Electrical Vehicle Infrastructure, started by the Biden administration. It's a 5-year program, and each year they allocate $1 billion to build up the US EV infrastructure. And because of this NEVI program, a lot of the OEMs and consumers are learning about the standards and the technology behind the EVs. and also the EV charging infrastructure. So I think it's very important that there's a lot of support from the government, support. Use this one? Hello? So much technology problems. Where was I? Yes, so for each country and market, we need to adapt to the local EVs, EV OEMs, and also different kind of consumer behaviors to be successful for the adoption of this EV charging infrastructure in the local region like Latin America.
Thank you for your insights. Thank you. And now shall we move to the next topic? So this time, let us be more specific and discuss the opportunity and challenging factors of the adoption of e-mobility. Mr. Ricardo, what role do you see Hyundai playing in addressing specific challenges that Latin American countries might face in advancing e-mobility, such as infrastructure limitations and or market preferences?
Okay, thank you for this question. It's very important to know that all automaker has the same challenge at this time, independently which region and your origin of your company. As we can see, at this time, the consumers that are purchasing electrical vehicles, at this moment, they are looking for experience. They are not looking for something different than experience. They're not looking for they are only one transportation, but the experience to have to drive electrical vehicle. Most of consumers that has this kind of experience needs, they are facing problems to recharge the vehicles and the infrastructure for that one. Obviously, when an automaker sell a vehicle, a EV vehicle, we're selling with a portable recharger for that one. But the recharger is not a fast recharger. It's a very slow recharge. It means that brings about 12 hours to complete 90% of the full battery. You know? If the person that has these characteristics of experience, the person will be obviously recharging its car inside of their home. But for the medium and for the faster recharge, the investment, their own investment in their home and also the infrastructure to support that one is very expensive. Inside of the Latin America, just for a brief idea, we're talking about infrastructure needs for the next 10 years, about $30 billion next 10 years, only to distribute energy that 50% of that one can be supporting fast rechargers. Not completely, only 50%. Why this one? Because it depends of the energy metrics of each country and each region. For the power energy generation also, we are estimating about $100 billion the next 10 years. If we consider that in Latin America, we want to have 30% of the total fleet of passenger cars using electric vehicles, and considering 85% of public transportation using electricity. So the key problem will be the next 10 years, the infrastructure, how to make the power energy generation, the distribution about that one, and also how will be the desires of the consumers. The consumers at this time also, they're looking for experience, but with the cheapest price. Due to that, we have BYD, we have a Cherry, we have Great Wall, we have other Chinese brands that they are entering. But they are entering at this time because they know that they need quickly to finalize the current technology in their batteries. Because the next technology of batteries that will have a better life cycle will reduce the energy needs to achieve 100% of the battery to be recharged, and the cost of the battery will come from the solid-state batteries. The solid-state batteries will be entering 2024, 2025. Compared with the current Chinese batteries that has been used, it will have a reduction about 35% of cost. So they need to eliminate all the current technologies quickly, because all the new or all the oldest brands of automakers will be entering with this new technology that will be cheaper, faster to be recharged, lower power energy needs to recharge, and obviously we'll be offering the experience, but also the cost that the consumers are needing. Okay?
Thank you for your comment, and we look forward to many contributions from Hyundai.
Thank you.
And Mr. Eric, how do you see the potential for electrifying public transportation, such as buses and taxis, contributing to sustainable e-mobility in Latin American cities?
I see there's a huge potential. Right now, there's a big initiative in Chile and in Colombia. Each country has already more than 2,000 buses operating. And in Latin America, we are proud to say we have the largest buses charging station outside of China. It's located in Bogota. It can charge 400 buses simultaneously. So we're already leading in that area. I think that's a promise. It's very optimistic to know, to think that they... Voy a irme a español porque si no me quedo trabado.
I'm going to speak in Spanish. I am very optimistic to achieve what Colombia has achieved with that charging station, the largest after China in Latin America. And that underscores the interest in the region. Of course, we are not that rich. However, we need a lot of public transportation, and we are moving in that direction. As we know, as Ricardo mentioned, we're going to have solid-state batteries that are going to be at lower cost. Mexico has an interesting project. I think that there are approximately 500 trolleys and buses moving across the city. So referring to what I said in the beginning, when I referred to the smartphone to going from something that nobody knew, as something that everybody has, imagine that in 10 years, we might have all the buses being electric. Now, in taxis, I know a pilot program in Colombia, also in Mexico. In Colombia, they showed us in Costa Rica, and I arrived on the first electric taxi from the airport in Mexico, and he said, I used to pay $2,000 in fuel and maintenance, and right now only 500. And of course, the other taxi drivers will soon move to electric. Costa Rica has a very good electric grid, and at night you can charge your vehicle in 7 hours if you have the right infrastructure. So what has been done in Chile, Colombia, and Mexico, what is yet to come in terms of taxes, the advantages of e-vehicles in terms of cost of operation, I see these changes coming very fast, and that's good because we need it very badly.
Thank you for sharing your opinion. And Mr. O, given that the electric vehicle industry in Latin America is a very early stage, what's the biggest issue you see, especially when it comes to deciding whether to encourage more people to use EVs or to build the necessary charging infrastructure?
Hello. So this is a very classic chicken and egg problem. So do we build the infrastructure first, or do we wait until we sell enough EV cars in the market? I think it has to go in hand in hand together. In the early stages, if we look into the United States market, if we learn from the United States market, people were very afraid of the range anxiety, and not many people knew how they can charge the cars. So for Latin America, one thing to really learn from the United States is the government initiatives, like the NEVI funding program, and also many of the educational programs provided by the EV charging station companies. I think those were the two big things that drove the US market to adopt more EVs. Latin America, I understand right now, has about 0.5% of the total new cars are sold are EVs. Even though this is a modest number, US is now at 5%, Korea is at now 7%, China is at like 17%. But now I think is a good time for Latin America to introduce this kind of government programs, incentives for more people to buy EVs, and subsidizing the EV infrastructure charging station companies to be able to build more charging stations, fast charging stations in the Latin America region. Because the Latin America region is also very large. And there's also a good mix of urban, but also a good mix of like rural areas. And there's many solutions out there, and we also provide fast charging solutions, but also more affordable solutions to address more of the rural markets as well. And again, the key is to collaboration is a key with the automakers, the infrastructure providers, and the government. We all need to come together to build an ecosystem where both the EV production by OEMs and the broader infrastructure can co-evolve. And given the right push and a synergized strategy, Mexico and the Latin America can certainly be a leader in this e-mobility journey as well.
Great, and thank you. Let us hear the opinion of Ms. Nazareth. Can you share insights into the challenges and solutions related to creating a robust and convenient charging network for electric vehicle users in Mexico and beyond?
Bueno, yo lo partiría en
Well, I would divide this
dos aspectos.
in two parts. One that is less concerning and another one that is more concerning. The less concerning has to do with the network that goes in the household network. I mean, they are at homes. So the charging potential is at households. It's just a matter of habits. As we charge our mobile, we can charge our car in our garage. And that solves 90% of the issue. Because according to statistics, I'm going to focus in Mexico, 90% of people live in larger cities and live there and do our things there. And the car is used to go back and forth to our job. And 90% of the time, the car is stopped and parked. So the issue is solved mainly because we have the electric grid and the electric power at home. That's a potential. And also logistics for the cities. How do we deal with it? It is smaller, but we have to rely on the private sector for this, with clear regulation, with clear laws, and trust the private initiative or the private sector. There are many companies that are investing, so we should provide them with necessary regulations and clear rules and clear numbers on the size of the business, so that as we give them legal certainty, they can feel more comfortable to invest in solving the other side of the problem. Now, the most concerning part of the issue is the electric grid per se. It's not a matter of talking about technical matters here. I think that that is not in the side of the private sector or the people. That's on the side of the government. What concerns us as citizens is to exercise pressure on the government for them to solve. Because in Mexico, for instance, the electric grid is not prepared to support what is yet to come. And if on one side we are committed as country to eliminating fuel vehicles, and we are putting on the table worldwide commitments by 2030, with more than 50% of vehicles being electric, we need to have the full layout. We cannot be preparing the infrastructure only. Again, that is not on our side, that is on the side of the government. So we have to exercise pressure for this matter to be paid attention to.
It was a very interesting discussion. So there are about 14 minutes left, and finally, you'd like to discuss the government policy and inter-regional cooperation. And so, Mr. Ricardo, how important are supportive government policies and incentives in encouraging the adoption of EVs, and what recommendations does Hyundai have for policymakers in the region?
It's very simple. Without any incentive, there are no new technologies to be, how can I say, to be aggressive in each market. The governmental policies pass through the desires of each country to be inside of the objectives of social development that's based from United Nations, that we have 17 objectives there, and part of that one pass through the mobility. Also, more than that, we need to think how the way that the society will survive without the new technologies of mobility. mobility is responsible by 35% of the carbonic gas emissions in the planet. If we do not are so aggressive in a way to reduce those emissions, it means that the planet and the life in the planet will be totally compromised in the next few years. I have some examples, obviously, that Brazil, Argentina, and other countries like Mexico, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, and others, that they are looking for to implement quickly as a way to incentive. Those countries that has automotive industries, they are more aggressive in terms of targets, in terms of benefits and incentives than others that just import, you know. In Brazil, as an example, we are under the third phase of governmental incentive. The first phase occurred in 2013 and went until 2017. The name of this incentive was named Inovar Auto. The second phase of this one was named Road 2030, that started in 2017 and will be going to the end of this year. And by January 2024, we started the third phase named Promove. All of them are driving not only the responsibilities for the investments of automakers, infrastructures, power energy generation, and also how to build a sustainable industry for that one for the next 5 years, driving the country for the next 50 years. So typically, the major countries that are giving incentives, they are giving incentives up to 5 years, but looking for the impacts of that incentives that will occur by 2050, normally. This is what we are predicting and forecast and what we can see in the most advanced countries in Latin America.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing your good opinion. And now let's hear about the international cooperation that supports everything so far. So, Ms. Nazares, how do you envision the role of international partnerships in accelerating the adoption of EVs and sustainable e-mobility? And can you share any examples of successful initiatives?
Muchas gracias. Yo pienso que
Thank
no
you.
solo de todo tipo de
I
asociaciones.
believe that any kind of partnerships, NGOs, and so on, have a role of raising awareness in citizens, in governments, in terms of the importance of moving quickly, but with a sustainable type of mobility. And in the second place, I would say the search and financing along the value chain. If we are transitioning and we are aware of this full transition within our industry, what we see today, how we will be able to enjoy e-mobility, and knowing that we will have to change everything, because that is a fact. We have to change everything at the same time, and there are different transitions in order for companies to move towards this new area for providing everything what we need for e-mobility. We have identified 4 simultaneous and parallel transitions affecting our sector. One is e-mobility. The second one would be digital transformation of the sector. The third one would be net zero, where every company needs to become green company. And the fourth is a new type of users who wants to be serviced differently and is demanding a different type of mobility. such as ceasing the use property, but enjoying e-mobility. So we will have to change everything simultaneously within the industry. And how will businesses manage to do that? They will need financing. They will need funds to achieve this. But to whom does this financing correspond? That, I think, would be a key role for organizations. The design of appropriate funding in order to face and go through these transitions the way they need to be addressed, and to be able to provide this support in the states who are just starting off, seeing an opportunity in this transition, and also small and medium-sized businesses, for them not to lose part of the business within the sector. Because if not, there will be monopolies, because the only ones who will be able to face these transitions will be the largest companies, the largest businesses, who will have capital, unlimited capital available to do it. So I would swap around this question. So I would rather say, what are the successful cases, the examples where international associations have been providing support to sustainable mobility undertakings? I did a search on the internet, and there are only a few of these examples. We see lots of panels, lots of events, conventions even on this topic. We know what is to come. We all know what we need to do. The question should be, how do we provide support, and what success cases have been so far? It has been really hard for me to find cases of success, of support to sustainable mobility projects. I found information, but I could not find coherence between what is being said and what is being done. I would leave this question open for all of you. I would invite you to seek out successful projects supported by international partnerships.
Thank you for your insights, and I will continue to ask questions to Mr. Oh. With SK's notable achievements in the U.S. charging infrastructure sector, how do you foresee adapting these strategies for integration into the LHC market? In terms of international cooperation?
So building EV infrastructure requires multiple elements. I think most importantly, we have the government support. And with the government support, you have to also have urban planning, because this is a very new area. And also local research and development from EV infrastructure companies. And last, but most important, from my personal experience, is awareness and education for EV is critical for the mass adoption. I think education plays a critical role because it can emphasize the electrification benefits, and also a collaborative effort between government industry leaders and academic institutions to enhance this educational drive. By engaging and developing curriculums to introduce the younger generation to electrification's significance and benefits, such as like reduced carbon emissions, and when these younger generation are ready to purchase cars, they can have a mindset where the EV cars are much more beneficial to the society. And also, education can be not only be done at schools, but through various social media platforms where the younger generation spend more time. Like even showing a video on how to charge an EV vehicle is very critical in people buying these more of the EV cars. And the more EV cars we have, the better EV infrastructure we will have. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. And so the time given for this session is almost over. Is there anyone who'd like to give additional comments or opinions?
Just talking about the circular economy, that is very important at this time, you know, when we're talking about the EVs, electromobility, etc. The most important thing is to the lifetime cycle of each product and what to do with that one. The batteries today is a huge challenge for all of us. Some of you may be listening about lithium and other components, but this will not be the future of this battery, because the recyclability of those batteries has a huge cost. There is a difference between what is recyclable and the recyclability of something. Everything can be recyclable, but not means that economically speaking, we can do that one. So the major question for the e-mobility, when we are also analyzing the ESG scope, is how to do that economically speaking we can recycle something. Due to that, this current generation of electrical vehicles will pass through a new innovative process that probably in 2 up to 3 years, as an example with the solid-state batteries, that will give to us the possibility to achieve 100% of recyclability of vehicle. Okay? So this is the last comment that I would like to do.
Vayan a manejar eléctrico, es mi comentario. Cuando hayan probado y manejado
Once you have tested and driven an e-vehicle, you will not want to go back to anything else. They are more powerful, they are more practical. We can charge them at home, maybe not for testing, but once you have an electric car, you will not want to go back. It's a positive progress into the future, definitely.
Yes, it was a truly informative and insightful discussion. Thank you so much. And all right, it's lunchtime. I hope that we'll have another good conversation during the meal. And thank you very much to the expert panelists and all the distinguished guests who graced this event today. I hope that the passion shown today will lead to more creative ways of cooperation in the future, and that both regions will achieve economic prosperity and create a greener society. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists for illuminating the path to a sustainable transportation future. It's truly been such an interesting morning. Challenges ahead clearly demand collaboration, and I truly believe there is hope for a better future and, of course, a lot of new businesses in the conversations that are starting here today. And talking about conversations, now it's time for our networking luncheon. Please remember to share your thoughts and takeaways from the event using our hashtag Korea-LAC on social media. And get ready, because the Korea-LAC Startup Pitch Day and networking meetings will take place this afternoon at the Salon Feria. Also, we'll see you after the break. Our first session is programmed for 1:45, and we'll be very thankful if you can be on time. Bon appetit. Enjoy. Thank you.
Breaking apart this love. deux, de tes sentiments fébriles. Tu plonges dans mes yeux, bleus comme la grande île. C'est mon rêve que j'écrivais dans un livre pour me rappeler tes yeux qui m'enivrent.
À lire tes mots, je me souviens encore de cette image. Ce départ tôt, notre rendez-vous au port. Bon voyage. Ce rêve à deux, au fil de tes pages, me perd un peu. Un ciel trop bleu, sans aucun nuage. Un mirage.
C'est un rêve à deux, de tes sentiments fébriles. Tu plonges dans mes yeux, bleus comme la grande île. C'est mon rêve que j'écrivais dans un livre pour me rappeler tes yeux qui m'enivrent. C'est un rêve à deux, de tes sentiments fébriles. Tu plonges dans mes yeux, bleus comme la grande île. C'est mon rêve que j'écrivais dans un livre pour me rappeler tes yeux qui m'enivrent.
Chapitre 2, tu parles du soleil qui me brûle la peau. Et ton oiseau nous déploie ses ailes, toujours plus haut.
Let's start our next session. Venture capital and startups represent the future of businesses. To unravel the dynamic ecosystem, our next guests will share their experiences on the matter. It is an honor to invite to the stage our moderator, Mrs. Magdalena Coronel, Chief Investment Officer at IDBLab. Welcome. Joined today by Mr. Yong Gap Kim, President and CEO of Global Digital Innovation Network Foundation. Mrs. Damaris Mendoza, partner at 500 Global. And Mr. Oscar Ramos, Managing Director at Orbit Startup. Remember that we do have interpretation devices. If you don't have one, I highly recommend you get it. It's just at the end of the hall. And we have interpretation for English, Spanish, and Korean. Hay aparatos para traducción simultánea al final del pasillo, si lo requieren. Gracias, Magdalena. The floor is yours.
Great, great. Well, it's fantastic to be here. Thank you so much for joining us after lunch. I know how hard it's that. I hope you get some coffee and we can get started with this amazing panel. First of all, thank you so much for the internationalization team at IDB. It's exciting to be at the Korea-LAC Innovation and Trade Forum. Last year, we had a fantastic forum in Korea, and this year, having it here in Mexico is such a treat. And with me today, we have fantastic experts in terms of venture capital and innovation and the ecosystems around Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as Korea. So it's fantastic to be talking today about how to foster cross-regional collaboration in this space. As many of you know, innovation is key for the development of our countries, is key for certain topics around agriculture, financial inclusion, health, climate, and so many others. So venture capital is particularly important as a mean to invest, as a mean to support, as a mean to finance these early stage innovation companies. And therefore, it's fantastic to have the expertise and the perspective of these investors. So here with me today, we have Shonka, from CDIN, President and CEO from CDIN, former Born to Global. Damaris, partner of 500 startups. IDB is a proud investor in 500 startups, so it's fantastic to have you here, as well as Oscar Ramos, partner at SOSV. So thank you, the three of you, to join me. So let's get started with an intro. We'd love to hear more about your organizations, what they are doing, how you're supporting entrepreneurs. So with that, Shomka, would you like to start?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me as this panel. I came from Korea, and my organization name is Global Digital Innovation Network. So actually, this is we are aimed to make a global network with the innovative digital solution. So it's starting from 2013 as name of the Born to Global Center, but this September we're changing our name from Born to Global Center to the Global Digital Innovation Network, and we are expand our business to more different type of the global collaboration, make the network. Out of that. Based on that, my organization is under the Ministry of Science and ICT of Korea, and we deal with the digital tech innovative company and make them globalization. We started in like that, but now we are working with the global innovation tech company and make them collaboration by themselves. This is our new changing direction, and we are working with the IDB from the 2017. From that time, we learned the LATAM innovation, and we learned the startup ecosystem player year by year, and finally we commit. LATAM is a huge opportunity, and emerging young people's, their, the passion to the success of the startup is, I think, it's mostly high level in the globally. That's why I'm trying to introduce LATAM, that atmosphere to the Korean startup ecosystem also. And we try to make Korean startup eyes open, more open to see the LATAM market and work with the LATAM young people. Then I think that we can make the more advanced and the more generalized global fit product together. So this is my organization work daily basis, and I hope from this now on we'll more engaging different LATAM country and different ecosystem player to work together.
That's great. Just a follow-on question. So you're working mostly with the startups. We had a really good conversation yesterday, and the focus now is to creating revenue, right?
Right.
How are you seeing, the startup? How are you helping the startups in that regards?
Yeah, it's a kind of Korea history. So we working with the startup venture tech company from 1990, I think the 7. And 1999, Korea has a IMF monetary crisis. At the time, so many companies die, and then the government's pushing the venture and startups, a new industry, new initiative to revamp up our Korea economy. At that time, we starting the startup, and we learned from Silicon Valley how we nurturing startup and how we make the venture capital ecosystem sort of thing. But because of the government starting the initiative, so far still, the Korea is very typical character government-driven, our startup ecosystem. So in Korea, we have over 400 under the government organization agency. They're helping the startup. And we spend about $1.5 billion to promoting the startup in Korea Peninsula. It's a very small country. So as another agency, the government agency, we try to independent and try to reduce the government portion. So my revenue means is a donation. We try to make the startup success, like a unicorn or IPO or M&A. After this success, that means monetize, then could you donate? Maybe even 1%, 2%. Then with the money, we're gonna help another startup. We have the government support that, but now I'm trying to make the startup can help another startup. So this is our goal, and that's I said revenue.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. Talking about the startup success, 500 Startup is a very well-established fund manager globally and in Latin America and the Caribbean through Luchadores. We are proud investors in 500 Startups, and the fund manager 500 has been working with so many companies across Latin America and the Caribbean. So Damaris, tell us a little bit more about 500, what you're working on, how you're working with the startups.
Yeah, surely. First of all, thank you so much for having me here as well. And it seems like we prepared together because I'm very aligned on what to say before. 500 is a venture capital platform. We are a family of almost 30 funds across all the globe. And our main goal is to enhance and back talented entrepreneurs wherever they are. So we were born by the concept that talent is everywhere, but the access to the opportunities is not. So what we're looking at is finding talented entrepreneurs that are obsessed with solving one problem, and our job is to get to them and just to offer them a platform to grow. So currently we have several funds, as I said, almost 30, most of them in pre-seed stage or early stages, such as the one that we have for Latin America. But we also have been growing and building the whole stack to provide value to entrepreneurs across the whole stages that they grow, not only with capital, but also generating value. So one of the lessons that we have learned for the past 12 years in the region is how we can just balance and create a platform in which Latin American talent can develop globally, which was one of the main points that I wanted to bring into the conversation today. For the past decade, we have seen entrepreneurs obsessed with solving a local problem and then just taking that problem and make it regional, well, that solution, not the problem, and make the solution regional. But right now we're looking at that new generation of entrepreneurs that are starting to think globally since their inception, which is amazing because we have a lot of tech companies that are way much more how can I say, it's more easy that they reach different geographies, not only covering Latin America, and they are starting to think about that since the moment that they are solving that issue. So we have developer tools, SaaS, small medium enterprise software that is created with the obsession of solving one specific issue and exporting that solution to the rest of the globe. We have seen how some political and social difficulties across Latin America have investors or governments get some cold feet regarding investing in tech talent and in startups, especially in this region. We have seen the case of Argentina, by example, in which there's a lot of tech, well-prepared talent.
Been working for a long time, but at the core, we like to innovate. And we would like to innovate not only with the startups that we work, we also like to innovate the way we work. So we try, in this world where we're trying to see more global ideas, more global products, what we're doing is just investing, each of the investment partners, we're investing globally. So I'm investing across Asia, Europe, Africa, and America. And that's what everybody does in the team. We also believe in cross-pollination as an underrated opportunity for innovation, where you have healthcare companies learning from fashion companies or education companies learning from logistics companies, many opportunities. And as an early stage investor, trying to really help the companies where we see the big challenges, we focus on the fundamental technology that the product that the startups are building is based. And
difficult part is how we acquire data. Even the LATAM, for example, the Argentina company developed some solution. If they come to China or Korea, they have to recalibrate, readjusting. It will take 2 or 3 years, and cost very huge. Like a Privacy Act, the government regulates very strongly. So if I want to get one data, wow, you should pay a lot. So this is the biggest hurdle as a startup, LATAM and the Korea side. That's why we try to work with that. And as many as early stage, they work together and they share the data and develop the common solution. It can cover all different regions globally.
No, that's great and extremely relevant to the next question. That is, okay, how do we help? How do we manage for a company in Latin America and the Caribbean to enter a market like Korea, to enter global markets? How do they work together? How do we do that the corporates in Korea can actually invest in Latin America and the Caribbean? How we can create this connection between the two ecosystems?
Sure. I mean, we're doing it already, so happy to share. Happy to share that. I mean, we've been doing that. We have an office in Korea, and fun fact or person that's going to be on the ground in Latin America is actually originally from Korea. So my office, where we have our office, we have people from 12 different nationalities in that single office working together, and I think that's very important. No? There needs to be more diverse teams from that point of view. Then more specifically in terms of the corporates, no? in SSB, in our fund, majority of our LPs actually come from a corporate background. There's a significant amount of LPs that we have with that background, and I didn't mention too much, no, but we are very active investor in many industries, and particularly climate, which is a big topic right now, where we've been the most active investor in that topic for many years. We just organized our Climate Tech Summit last week, when we have our 10,000 people joining that activity. And that creates a lot of opportunities for collaboration. At the end of the day, even if there's some solutions that they need localization, and I totally understand and agree with that. I spend a lot of time working on that. There's also some solutions that are very, very basic problems. If you find a cure for cancer, that cure for cancer is going to be the same everywhere in the world. If you find a solution for battery recycling, that solution is going to be the same for many parts of the world. And this is something that we have, and that's something that we've been fostering. I think the challenge really that we see is not only on our side, but on the corporate side. And more specifically on those that are leading innovation in the corporate side. So the biggest difference between startups and corporates is not size, is the fact that in a startup, most of the things don't work because you are experimenting, you are trying, you are exploring. And this is not a matter of skills. It's a matter of willing to try things that they have never tried, and that the only way is to experiment. We don't want analysis paralysis. When you can try things and it takes less time and less money, you want to do it that way, instead of just doing a very deep theoretical analysis that will take months to happen before you move. But in a corporation, in a large organization, everything works. And most of the things, they need to be that way. I mean,
they never fail.
I don't want, it's like, well, you know, this drug might, will help you or not, we don't know. It's okay to experiment and try. You need to do that. But most of the things work. And those that are working in these organizations are in an environment that they have a very challenging time to explain. We cannot have huge changes and new ideas unless we take a little risk, and unless that risk is accepted. No? So one of the things that we've been doing is we've been running pilots. For us, a key thing for all portfolio companies, the real advantage that we drive to all of our portfolio companies is helping them acquire clients, helping them understand what are the challenges that they have. Then one of our unfair advantages is that we speak and we have conversations with all of our corporate LPs. And when we have 3 LPs that are asking for the same, that are experiencing the same type of need, that's a trend. And that's something where we can bring startups. We had huge success with companies that they pivoted into areas before no one knew. Sometimes even the corporates didn't knew that that was something that they wanted, because we take the same approach. So when we talk with founders, we tell them, first, I want to know about the problem. Then we talk about the solution. What is the challenge that you have? What is the challenge that you're trying to address? And that has been really good. So helping drive those pilots, simplifying the process to be able to get things faster, knowing that the success is learning. It might work or not, but you know, if you fail to achieve the results, make sure that you don't fail to learn, because the second attempt or the third attempt might work. And that's kind of like key idea that we've been trying to work on, the way that has been very useful, considering all the cultural challenges, because I think in many parts of Asia, like this type of failure is seen as something really, really bad, very, very difficult.
Understood. Just a follow-up question. What do you think is the main incentive for the corporates that you have as LPs to have enter in SOSB?
I think is that I think the key is that we look at the world as a single market in many aspects, understand the regionality of some of the solutions, the local challenges of some of the solutions, and that we take a very holistic approach to innovation. There's very few funds that are working in, and we're looking at early stage. We work on things before they are a thing. So we've been working in lab-grown protein before people were talking about that. We were investing in climate tech-related startups before they were considered a category that people were talking about. So we're very, very early on that. We're working on hardware and biotech and software in areas where you have massive potential gains. I mean, there's a lot of digitization of traditional industries that just digitizing that traditional industry, you can achieve a 40% efficiency in reduction of waste. That's incredible. So I think that global view, that very transversal view, a lot of cross-pollination where you talk with every company has employees, and there's a big opportunity in HR tech. Sometimes the quick wins, they come from areas that are not in your own area of expertise. And when you engage with these conversations, you're able to achieve very low risk, quick wins that create the pace for more people to try more opportunities.
Great. Damaris, how do we make startups global? What has been the connection with 500 Startup Korea?
Yeah, I mean, in our side, we have been trying to figure out which is the right stage for making a company that it's being very successful regionally to start overthinking or thinking about Asian markets or markets in Middle East or markets in emerging Europe and so on. So one of the things that we have done more often is to make or arrange meetings between our investments team in Latin America and in all these different regions to exchange ideas and exchange trends. And this has become very regular for our own process of identifying trends, which has been amazing because it just like caught the process of finding something, figuring out how the market is responding to that, if this has been successful in the different geographies, and the time saving of that process and the speed that you can just push yourself to make a decision towards something new for a region has saved us like months in advance. One of the other things that I do agree with you is that whenever we're thinking about piloting something or a startup to start working with a corporate, either in Latin America or in any other region, there's a lot of misinterpretation of what speed or how to move fast, right? So one of the things that we were discussing before is that whenever a company is ready to work with a corporate, sometimes face a process that probably will take 6 months only to be to get the process together to start working with that corporation, just like the paperwork, right? Which is insane. And then that from that to implementation, it can take another 8 months, 10 months. Sometimes even in that same period of time, the internal team that is working or championing that deal has changed 2 or 3 times as well. So it's a process in which I do believe that it has equal responsibility to startups to be ready to work with big corporations and the corporations to actually change their mindset and adjust that into a more productive and proactive way to start collaboration with startups. You said that what will be the incentive for corporations to actually take a leap forward and start working or exploring around working with startups, either in LATAM or in any other region. One of them should be the savings or the money that they are not spending on super expensive consultations and then internal teams developing at that different pace in which entrepreneurs are already like 10 times faster or super ahead of it. So this can be a very attentive invitation for corporations to start thinking more how to make your culture to work for a startup relationship or to take advantage of what startups are doing right now. And if you are taking that leap of faith, there's a lot of funds and other actors that will be more than happy to push you or put you in the right direction.
Add on that, I found out many big companies, big corporations, they don't know what they need. That's the reality. Actually, they approach us and say, I'm looking for innovative technology. Okay, I have a bunch of innovative technology companies. What do you want? Most are innovative technology companies. No, that's the typical answer. So we have to very carefully approach. We need to adjust. I think it'll take 6 months or sometimes even 1 year to figure it out. What do you want? So For example, I belong to the automobile industry, and one of them, then I'm looking for some innovative technology. Then every automobile-related company apply on it. But actually, CEO doesn't want automobile area innovation. They're looking for some supply chain management innovation. But the person doesn't understand what the top level thinking for next 10 years, next 5 years. It's a company secret. So just approach here and there, and I'm looking for, and they write down and they build up their database, and they learn by themselves a lot, but nothing happened. So as a startup, they wasted their time, and sick of tired. So they met the Hyundai, they met the BMW, Benz, but later on, 1 year later, nothing contract happened. So to protect that kinds of wasting time, we have to approach like, what do you want? And maybe level 3. Level 1, area. Level 2, out of that, what hardware, software system. And the level 3 is out of the software, middleware or platform or operation. We have to figure it out. Then we can find right startup and asking them help together. So this is a bit tedious period. So we have several working relationship with the global big player. And 1 year, every month, we introduce 10 companies. Out of that, yearly 1 or 2 companies selected. And then who appreciate that? The big corporation appreciate the GDIN. Now they realize what they want.
So it's very interesting what you mentioned, because I actually, the problem is not that they don't know what they want, because I work a lot with on the LP side and other aspects. No? There's been some, and the advantage of having this relationship that is meant to be a bit longer term is that you end up having trust, and you end up building that trust where things open up. Things open up, and things are secret. No? I think sometimes, this innovation theater is something that is like the value of an innovation pitch is inversely proportional to the amount of people joining the pitch. Because if you're going to talk about something that is really crucial for your company, you don't want everybody to know. And if you're a startup that has some type of really competitive advantage that is a certain type of privacy there, you don't want to talk to everybody, including your competitors. So a lot of the real valuable conversations, they happen in a closed circle where people can open up and you can see. So that's one of the key things. And the other one is about, I think most people just, it's not just they don't know, is that sometimes they don't know what's the solution, but they're aware of the problem. I mean, this is the whole thing of people don't want drillers. What they want is holes, no? Or how do you make better elevators? It's not about dressing like the engine that will make the elevator faster, because there's a limit and a cost. It's about managing the waiting time. So you address that is the real problem. That's the reason why you want faster elevators. And having these conversations, you end up having extremely interesting situations. No? Like sometimes when we work with these corporates, we had like different challenges. Okay, we don't call it problems because that nobody has problems, but there's like innovation goals or innovation challenges. It's like we have the innovation challenge on supply chain here, or supply chain there, and it's so interesting when you have companies working and presenting solutions, and majority of the situations, the companies that were pre-selected for one innovation goal, they're actually applied to another innovation goal. And the corporate will come like, no, but it's not very efficient. We don't want everybody to be here. Then after you've gone through a few cycles, they realize it's actually very interesting, because the best solutions come from outside. No, what you were saying, like, I'm in automotive. I don't need my automotive. I need something else. I need something in another area. So that's kind of one of the reasons why we have this approach that is so multi-industry, because some quick wins, some of the most amazing like home runs, like the most disruptive innovation will come from somewhere different.
For example, is during the COVID-19, the IDBLab and the GDIN do nothing, because we cannot travel each other. So we develop.
It's not that we didn't do anything. We didn't travel. We worked a lot.
No, we don't travel. And then because of the IDBLab support, we developed a joint venture prototype, program. So through the Zoom, we called about 100 LATAM startup and about 80 Korean startup. Every night, 3 to 4 companies have a matchmaking meeting through the Zoom. And 10 months later, we select 5 couples. So I want to talk one sharing this. One of the example is a Korea side HR company. So they track the field worker with the smartphone, how many hours, where they work. And one of the company in the LATAM, they have an advanced payment solution. So they're looking for some fintech company. But in Korea, there's no advanced payment. So the Korea fintech company cannot understand what's the advanced payment. So this is, I think, totally culturally different. So you cannot make the matchmaking, but we select the HR apply the advanced payment and the day tracking, the field workers during the COVID-19. So this is a perfect solution. So this is not the fintech company, but it can apply if we show there is a demand, then we can make the adjusting, little pivoting with the same technology.
Thank you so much. I think these are fantastic examples about how we can actually work together and how startups can target markets that are far away, that are outside Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as corporates from Korea can take a look at the innovation that Latin America and the Caribbean has to offer. I highly recommend, if there's any corporates here today, please do talk with these fantastic fund managers as well as with Gabi from Kama Ventures. We believe that the first way to enter innovation is through fund managers. So thank you so much for listening today. Sorry for all the inconvenience and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Magdalena, and all the panelists. Thank you very much. That was a bit poetic, having a blackout just as we were learning how to get financing for the startups now. So thank you very much. For those who are participating in Pitch Day, we're about to start just now, next door in the Salon Feria, so you're more than welcome. And for Magdalena and all the panelists, perhaps the tequila will be needed. Thanks God we're in Mexico, so there's plenty. Enjoy. And then we'll see you. We'll convene again. Remember that there's an invitation for dinner tonight, hosted by the Export-Import Bank of Korea at 7 p.m. in this very same room. So hopefully we'll see you tonight. Thank you very much. Have a nice afternoon.